Chapter 840. Thank you. He stepped forward and took the fruit. After thanking her, he stood beside Fengjiu again. Seeing this, she could not help but laugh. This child is so obedient. He's the little king of hell, the younger brother of a friend of mine. He asked me to take care of him recently. As she spoke, she reached out and pulled the little fellow into her arms. The arrogant little fellow's face was awkward. His ears were red, but he could not hide his joy. Everyone looked at him with smiles on their faces. They felt that this child was really strange. He seemed to be really clingy to Fengjiu. He was happy with Fengjiu's intimate actions, but he was also a little awkward. Everyone chatted for a while. As Fengjiu had not returned for a long time, she stayed in the palace that night. After the reunion dinner on New Year's Eve, she took out all the gifts and gave them to everyone. Finally, she gave her grandfather a pill. "Grandfather, I specially prepared this for you. It took me a long time to refine it." She passed the bottle containing the pill to him and said, "Grandfather, you can take it here. Let me see the effect. You little girl, you gave your father and grandmother good things, but you only gave me this pill? Aren't you too stingy?" He pretended to be angry as he spoke, but the corners of his lips could not help but curl up. He took the bottle and asked, "What kind of pill is this?" "Grandfather, this is good stuff. Because the herbs are hard to find, I only refined this one. Even my father doesn't have it. I think it's a supplement pill," Feng Xiao said with a smile. She looked at the pill that the old man poured out and emitted a fragrance. "Or maybe it's an advanced one," he guessed. Fengjiu shook her head and looked at her grandfather mysteriously. "You'll know after you take it." Seeing this, the old man agreed and took the pill in front of everyone. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, he felt a strong medicinal fragrance spread in his mouth. A stream of spiritual energy flowed into his body along with the medicinal fragrance, turning into countless streams that nourished his body. The changes in his body could not be seen by outsiders, but he could feel a strange feeling spreading through his body. As the effects of the medicine spread, his appearance also changed. He originally looked like a middle-aged man, but at this moment, his appearance was changing bit by bit. He was recovering his youth at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was his appearance recovering, but even his figure was changing. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, in less than half an incense stick's time, the middle-aged man in his 40s had turned into a young man in his 20s. This is... Feng Xiao looked at his father, who had become younger than him, in shock and astonishment. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. He only knew that his father had really returned to his youthful appearance. His appearance was unprecedentedly handsome. It was also the first time that Leng Shuang and Leng Hua saw such a miraculous pill. Even the Phoenix guards at the side were seeing such a miraculous pill for the first time. All of them had been through a lot, but when they saw this scene, their hearts were still full of shock. When the son of the king of hell saw this scene, his eyes flashed. He was not surprised that Fengjiu could refine such a pill. In his opinion, she was so outstanding in everything. A mere face-establishing pill was not difficult for her. Chapter 841. That was his face when she first met him. Since then, his face had always been imprinted in her mind. Even after so many years had passed, she had never forgotten it. Today, she actually saw this familiar face again. It was as if she was looking at him again. Time had returned to the past. Old master. Oh no, he now looked to be in his 20s, just like Fengjiu's older brother. Calling him old master was really awkward. "Little Feng, is this the pill you said Gong refined before?" He looked at Fengjiu and then looked at his youthful appearance. He could not hide the joy in his eyes. "Yes, this is the face-establishing pill. I only refined one pill and brought it back especially for grandfather as a New Year's gift." She then smiled and said, "Grandfather, are you satisfied with my gift?" "Ah, satisfied, extremely satisfied." He laughed and looked at Su Shi beside him. He held her hand and asked nervously and expectantly, "Su Shi, look at me now. Is this good?" "Good, of course it's good." She smiled and nodded. She said to Fengjiu, "Little Feng, thank you. We're a family. There's no need to thank us." She smiled and said, "Tonight is the reunion night. I'll bring the little guy around the city. You guys should rest early." "Okay, then you guys be careful. There are many people tonight. Look after the son of King of Hell and don't get lost. They instructed. Yes, I know. She smiled and led Lung Shuang, Lung Hua, and the son of King of Hell out of the palace. Feng Jiu brought them around the city. He bought all the trinkets he saw, regardless of whether the little guy liked them or not. They played until late at night and went to the lake in the west of the city to watch the fireworks. At this time, they did not know that Old Master and she were planning to keep watch for the new year. However, when she wanted to call her maids to accompany her to the toilet, she accidentally fell down. Oh no, the retired empress fell down. The palace maid's panicked voices spread in the palace, one after another. When the old man heard the news, his face turned pale. He quickly walked out and saw Su Shi, who had a pained expression, being lifted up by several people and quickly brought to the palace's bedroom. Su Shi, seeing her dress stained with blood, his heart turned cold. His hands and legs went soft as he walked inside. When Feng Xiao heard the news, he also rushed over with large strides. However, when he saw this place, the palace maids were hurrying in and out, and several midwives were also hurrying inside. He grabbed a midwife who came out to order hot water and hurriedly asked, "What's the situation inside?" "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager fell and her amniotic fluid broke. The fetus might be born prematurely. Furthermore, she was shocked by the fall. Her condition isn't too good now," the midwife said as she hurried back in. Hearing this, Feng Xiao frowned. He ordered the phone guards to quickly find his daughter and wait outside. Not long after, he saw his pale father being pushed out by the crowd. Seeing his distraught and self-blaming father, he went forward and said, "Father, don't worry. It's okay. It's all my fault. I should have accompanied her. If I had, she wouldn't have fallen." Chapter 842. Seeing this, Feng Xiao comforted him. It's okay. The midwife said that it's just a premature birth. Nothing will happen. Moreover, I've already sent people to find Xiaojiu. Nothing will happen. Don't worry. Hearing this, his heart finally calmed down. However, he still walked outside uneasily, waiting. Hearing the heart-wrenching screams coming from inside, his entire body tensed up and his heart tightened again. As time passed, an hour later, a midwife hurriedly came out with a serious expression to report. "Retired Emperor, Your Majesty, the retired Empress is having a difficult birth. She's sitting on the stomach, and the position of the fetus is not right. Moreover, it's very likely that the fetus is carrying a neck ring. If she gives birth, it's possible that." Difficult birth? Hearing this, the old man felt his vision darken. If it weren't for Feng Xiao supporting him from behind, he would have fallen down. When a woman gave birth, she would exchange her life for another. If she gave birth, it would be the birth of a new life. If she encountered a difficult birth, then it was very likely that either the mother or the child would die. Even more serious cases, one mother and two children would die. That aren't you the most experienced midwives? Is there no other way? Quickly go in and think of a way. There's no other way. We have to save both the mother and the child. Feng Xiao said calmly. He helped his father to the side to sit down. Then, he summoned the phone guards and instructed them to send an emergency signal directly if they couldn't find Feng Jiu. They had to ask her to come back immediately. "Father, drink some tea to calm down first. Don't mess up the array. Mother is still working hard inside and needs your support." He comforted him as he poured a cup of hot water for him to calm down. He also had lingering fears about the road a woman had to go through to give birth. After all, this was the most uncertain thing. There were many things that could not be predicted. Take this incident, for example. No matter how well they prepared, they did not expect her to fall, let alone that her fetus would not be in the right position. Most of the time, difficult births could only be left to fate because even doctors could not guarantee that the woman could give birth safely and smoothly and save the child and the mother's life. He asked someone to call Xiaojiu back because he knew that her medical skills were very good. If something unexpected really happened, he hoped that she could save his lord's life. At this time, Feng Jiu and the others outside were still unaware of what happened in the palace. They watched the fireworks explode on the lake and the beautiful fireworks dissipate into the night. They could not help but say, "It's beautiful, but it's a pity that it's only for a moment." The son of the king of hell tilted his head slightly and looked at her deeply. He did not say anything and just stayed by her side quietly. Suddenly, Lung Hua, who was standing behind them, saw a signal in the sky, and his expression changed. He quickly walked to Feng Jiu's side and said, "Master, the Phoenix Guard have sent an emergency signal." Hearing this, she was slightly startled. When she turned around, she saw that there were indeed 3 signals in the sky from the direction of the imperial palace. Seeing this, she frowned and stood up. The world has been peaceful recently. Nothing can happen. Why are there suddenly emergency signals? As she thought about it, her expression suddenly changed. Could it be that grandmother is about to give birth? No, I have to go back and take a look. As she spoke, she wanted to take the son of the king of hell with her. However, she heard him say, "Go back and take a look first. I'll follow behind Lung Hua and the others." Chapter 843. At this time, the palace was in a mess. The dangerous atmosphere made everyone tense. Basins of blood were brought out of the palace, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The old man wanted to go in several times, but he was stopped by Feng Xiao. He was afraid that he would be too agitated and cause trouble if he went in. When the shouts inside gradually weakened, the 2 people's hearts sank, especially the old man. He felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was as if there was a huge rock on his chest, and he couldn't breathe. "Oh no, oh no." The midwife ran out in a panic, her hands stained with blood. The mother is about to faint, and the child is still missing. Retired emperor, monarch, I'm afraid that only one of them can be saved. Hurry up and make a decision. If you're late, I'm afraid that both the mother and the child can't be saved. When the old man heard this, his whole body trembled, and he fell onto the chair. Only one can be saved? When Feng Xiao saw this, his mouth moved, but he didn't say anything. If only one can live, then save the mother. He clenched his hands into fists and tried to calm himself down. At this time, another midwife ran out. The retired empress said that she wants to save the child. No, save the mother. The old man stood up and shouted loudly. He no longer cared about being stopped and went in. What do you mean, save the mother? Feng Jiu's voice came at this time. It was like the sound of nature, and Feng Zhao's heart couldn't help but ease a little. He turned around and saw his daughter, who was sitting on the rainbow glass feather, jump down from midair and come to him. "Xiaojiu, your grandmother fell and had a difficult birth." The midwife said that the umbilical cord can wrap around the neck. Now that she's about to faint and the child hasn't been seen, I'm afraid that it's not good. Feng Zhao's voice was heavy, and his heart was heavy. When she came back, she guessed that something had happened to her. She didn't expect that she guessed correctly. She immediately asked, "Where's grandfather?" "He's inside." The midwife said that only one can be saved. Your grandfather wants to save the mother, and your grandmother wants to save the child. I'll go in and take a look. As she spoke, she walked in. Feng Xiao wanted to stop her. After all, she was still an unmarried woman. He was afraid that it would be inappropriate for her to go in. However, after thinking about it, he did not stop her. Instead, he waited outside. Xiao Jiu had medical skills, so he might have a solution. Feng Jiu entered and frowned. The smell of blood inside was even stronger than outside. How much blood had been lost? When she entered the bedroom, she saw her grandfather holding her grandmother's hand and saying words of encouragement. She walked forward and called out, "Grandfather, let me take a look." Without wasting any time, she first checked her pulse and then touched her stomach to check. "Little Feng, you have to save your grandmother. If you can't give birth to the child, you have to save the adult. It's fine as long as the adult is safe and sound," the old man said, his eyes slightly red. "Grandpa, you go out first. Don't worry. He'll be fine." She comforted him as she asked someone to help him out. After he left, Feng Jiu said to Su Shi, who was on the bed, "Grandmother, you want to save the child, right?" "Yes, little Feng. Don't listen to your grandfather. Save the child. This is your grandfather's child. I don't want to lose him." As she spoke, tears flowed down her face. Chapter 844. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. Grandmother, don't worry, everything will be fine. It's just that your fetus isn't in the right position, and the umbilical cord is wrapped around the child's neck. Even if you want to move it, I'm afraid it'll be too late. But I have an idea. I want to perform a cesarean section for you and help you take the child out. Sushi didn't understand what a cesarean section was. At this time, her mind was muddled and she was so tired that she couldn't even keep her eyes open. However, she knew that Sushi meant that the child would survive, so she replied, "Okay, as long as the child survives." Hearing her promise, Fengjiu cut a piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng from a space and put it in her mouth. Then, he chased everyone out. When he heard that Lung Shuang and the others had returned, he asked Lung Shuang to come in and help. Seeing that the midwife and palace maid had been chased out by Fengjiu, grandfather Feng and Feng Xiao didn't know what she was going to do. However, they trusted her and didn't ask. They just waited outside anxiously and nervously. Grandfather. Fengjiu stood at the door and looked at him. "Little Feng, how is it?" Old Master Feng hurriedly asked. "Grandfather, I want to perform a cesarean section for grandmother. That means I'm going to take the child out of her womb," she said. This operation was very normal in modern times, but it sounded a little shocking here. Hearing this, his face turned pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He asked nervously, "Cesarean section? Take the child out of her womb? Then can the adult still live?" "He can live." She smiled and spoke softly. The two simple words that came out of her mouth calmed the old man's heart. "If he can live, then do it. Grandfather believes in you." Even if he hadn't heard of it before, if she said he could live, then he could live. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded and told her not to go in until she came out. He then turned around and went back to the room to perform the cesarean section. With the 1,000-year-old ginseng supporting her and replenishing her energy, Su Shi, who was about to faint, slowly regained consciousness. She only felt that Fengjiu seemed to have made her drink some kind of medicine. Then she laid there, unable to move. Her entire body was numb. Only her consciousness was still clear. Her voice faintly drifted into her ears. She was asking her what to name the child after he was born. What was his nickname? She prefers men or a woman. She couldn't see what she was doing. She only knew that she was busy, but she would still look at her from time to time and smile encouragingly. She didn't know how much time had passed, but in a daze, she seemed to hear the sound of a baby crying. After hearing that sound, she fell into a coma and lost consciousness. In the middle of the night, before midnight, the sound of a baby crying spread through the night. It broke the heavy atmosphere in the palace and brought a trace of life, a trace of joy. Outside, when Grandfather Feng heard the sound of a baby crying, he was stunned. He grabbed Feng Zhao's hand, and his body trembled. She gave birth. She gave birth. Sushi gave birth. As soon as his excited voice fell, he thought of Su Shi. He immediately walked forward to take a look, but before he could walk in, Feng Xiao stopped him. "Father, don't worry." Xiao Jiu said to wait for her to come out. "We can't go in." Chapter 845. Hearing the baby's cries, each one louder than the last, the people outside were extremely excited. Inside the room, Fengjiu handed the baby to Lung Shuang and stitched up the wound. After cleaning the wound, she applied medicine and checked on the unconscious Su Shi. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. "Give me the baby. Go open the door." After washing her hands, she took the baby and motioned for Lung Shuang to open the door. "Yes." Lung Shuang responded. She walked out of the room and opened the door to let the old master in. The old man quickly walked inside and saw Fengjiu carrying the baby. He asked, "Little Feng, how is it? Is the baby and the girl safe?" "Yes, don't worry, grandfather. Everything is fine." Fengjiu responded with a smile and handed the baby to him. "Look, grandmother gave birth to a little uncle for me." The old man took the baby with trembling hands. The newborn baby cried for a while and fell asleep. The baby's skin was dark red and wrinkled. It didn't look good, but the old man's eyes couldn't help but redden. Good, good. He didn't know what to say and could only nod. He choked up and said good. Then, He carried the baby to the bedside and saw that she was unconscious. He couldn't help but look at Fengjiu. Little Feng, your grandmother. She's fine. She's unconscious because of the medicine. She'll wake up tomorrow morning. However, there's a cesarean section wound on her abdomen. She must be taken care of carefully. Don't tear the wound. I'll go back and tell someone to take care of her carefully. As she spoke, she saw the old man sigh in relief and walked outside. Seeing her father still waiting there, she went up to him. Father, Xiaojiu, are the mother and child okay? Feng Xiao asked with concern. Yes, they're fine. The umbilical cord is indeed around the neck. If it wasn't for the cesarean section, I would have been worried. However, there's no need to worry now. They're fine. Grandmother will be able to get out of bed after resting for a while. It's good that they're fine. He nodded and asked, Is it a boy? I heard you say it's a little uncle? Yes, it's a boy. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl, as long as they're safe. He smiled and asked, Is there anything you need the servants to do? Just tell me, and I'll explain it to them later. It's just that you have to be careful when taking care of grandmother. After all, she had a cesarean section. Her abdomen was cut open to carry the child out. The wound needs to be taken care of. The son of the king of hell, who was listening to her and Feng Zhao's conversation, did not look too good. It could be said that when he came here and heard about the dangers of childbirth, his expression had not been too good. His entire body had been tense, and his pitch-black eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, Fengjiu, who had settled the matter, entered the room again. After informing her grandfather, she brought the king of hell's son back to her palace in the harem. However, she saw the little fellow pursing his lips and keeping silent with his head lowered. She did not know what was going on. Thus, she smiled and asked, What's wrong? Why didn't you say anything along the way? Are you unhappy because I didn't accompany you to watch the fireworks? It's not that. As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced at her. His tense little face was filled with unconcealable worry. It's dangerous to give birth to a child. You'd better not give birth in the future. Chapter 846. Little brat, what do you know? She shook her head and smiled. You're still young, you don't understand. You don't need to understand this. You'll understand when you grow up. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect to hear such a sentence from him. She really didn't know what was going on in his little head. How could he say such a thing? On the way back, Fengjiu, who had just bathed, fell asleep very early due to her exhaustion from the operation. The child lying beside her, however, opened his eyes after she fell into a deep sleep. He reached out to seal her acupuncture points and got up, taking advantage of the night to sneak out. At the back mountain of the palace, Ren Xiang was pacing back and forth. When he saw the small figure walking over, he immediately went up to greet it. After sizing it up for a while, he stared at the shrunken figure of his master and could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha! Master, I heard from Hui Lang that you cured the 1,000-year cold poison, but your strength was greatly reduced due to the loss of your cultivation method. Even your body was suppressed to the age of 3 or 4 due to the loss of your cultivation method. I didn't believe it at first, but looking at you now, you really look exactly the same as when you were young. They were all from the 8 great empires. He couldn't recognize Master when he was 3 or 4, but he could recognize him when he was 5 or 6. It was clearly the same as now. I say, did the ghost doctor recognize you like this? Did you tell the ghost doctor? He couldn't help but ask with a smile. She probably wouldn't have thought that he would become a child, right? After all, this wasn't something that happened often. It was too abnormal. Are you done laughing? If you're done laughing, let's get down to business, he said with a dark face. However, even if this little face was dark, it didn't have any effect. Yes, yes, yes. He smiled and adjusted his expression, saying, There's no need to worry about that side for now, but I'm afraid that pretending to be sick won't last long, especially since they've been looking for trouble. The spy they planted inside hasn't been found yet. Based on their methods, Master only has half a year to adjust. However, can you recover your cultivation method in half a year? He asked worriedly. This was a matter of life and death, especially since the opponent wasn't ordinary. It was fine if Master's cultivation method was still lost, but now that his cultivation was greatly reduced, if they knew, it would really be out of control. Half a year's time is enough. Master's dark eyes flashed with a sharp light. Let them be arrogant for half a year. After half a year, I'll make them disappear from this world. Hearing this, Rinxiang's heart relaxed slightly. Master said that he could recover in half a year. Then it should take less than half a year for him to truly recover. This was good. If he really maintained this state for too long, it would be too dangerous for him with his strength greatly reduced. Master, when you go back in half a year, should I also go back to help? After she goes to the 8 great empires, you can go back. If she has any trouble here, you can help. This monarch will be more at ease. But the ghost doctor doesn't allow anyone to follow her. He said helplessly, "You see, if she had agreed to leave a few people to protect her in the dark, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. To be honest, her temper is quite similar to yours." Chapter 847. Hearing this, Rinxiang chuckled, his eyes filled with mockery. "Master, I really couldn't tell that you're so good at spoiling women. However, although there are only 9 years left in your 10-year agreement, there are still many outstanding men by the ghost doctor's side. Wasn't there M.O. Chen recently? He's Elder Tianji's disciple." Hearing this, his eyes flashed. "Do you know the reason why he accepted Fengjiu? I'm guessing that it's related to the divination that Elder Tianji calculated. You're talking about the divination of the Star of the Phoenix appearing and a strange soul entering the world." He asked, his eyes narrowing. "That means Fengjiu she? Amen. It seems like it's her. However, it's fortunate that this news is still unknown to the great clans and powers of the 8 great empires. If they knew, I'm afraid her situation would be even more dangerous. No matter who it was, they wouldn't allow such a person to grow and become a threat to everyone. If they knew that the person in Old Man Tianji's divination was the princess of the Phoenix dynasty, the entire Phoenix dynasty would probably be annihilated by those forces above." Hearing this, he was silent for a long time, then said, "When the time comes, I'll tell her to disguise herself as a man and not expose her female identity. Those people would never think that the Star of the Phoenix would appear in the lowest-ranked, 9th-ranked country. For now, she's still safe. Even if she wasn't safe, he would still clear all obstacles for her and eliminate all possible dangers. Go back. If there's nothing important, don't come again. She's very vigilant. Don't let her find out." Hearing this, Rinxiang smiled. "Master is here, and I'm currently staying in the city. If there's anything, I can take care of her. However, she's quite familiar with me, so even if she sees me here, she won't do anything. At most, she'll think that Master asked me to take care of her." Saying this, he paused for a moment, then said, "It's almost dawn, so I'll go back. If Master needs me for anything, just send a signal." Amen, he nodded in response. After watching him leave, he turned around and went back. When he reached the bedroom in the palace and saw the woman sleeping soundly on the bed, he couldn't help but lower his body and planted a kiss on her forehead. Then, he squeezed to her side and fell asleep with her in his arms. When Fengjiu woke up the next morning and looked at the little fellow sleeping beside her, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. She slept so soundly last night that she actually slept until dawn? Was she really too tired? Seeing that he was still sleeping, she washed up and went out, intending to visit her grandmother and her newborn uncle. Therefore, she did not know that although the son of the king of hell was sleeping, the cultivation technique in his body was circulating rapidly. Feng Lass, your grandmother is awake. I wanted to send someone over to inform you, but you came. At this moment, Feng's words, Fengjiu's fungus s with her at this moment is grandmother's s fangs to hide her s funds. Chapter 848. Grandmother, don't say that. This is what I should do, she said with a smile. Seeing that the child wasn't here, she asked, "Where's little uncle? He was crying just now, so I had the wet nurse take him." The old man said as he called for someone to bring his son back for Fengjiu to take a look. "Princess." The wet nurse came forward with the child. Fengjiu took the child and held him in her arms. The child was so soft that she didn't dare to use too much strength. Perhaps because he had just eaten, the little guy opened his eyes and looked at her. Being teased by her, he began to giggle. Ah, he knows how to laugh this early. It looks like little uncle is very smart. She gently laughed as she played with the little baby in her arms. However, the baby was very sleepy and closed his eyes after laughing for a while, ignoring her. Grandfather, look, he's asleep. She couldn't help but bring him over for them to take a look. That's right. This child cried when he was born last night and cried when he was hungry this morning. The rest of the time, he has been very obedient. The old man treated this child as if he was his own grandson. Hearing this, she smiled and asked, "Then what's little uncle's name?" "Grandfather, have you picked it?" I've picked it." He looked at Su Shi and said, "The child was born at midnight, so I picked one character for him. He's called Feng Yi." "Uncle Feng Yi?" Feng Jiu softly muttered before smiling. "That's a nice name." She chatted with them for a while before leaving the palace. When she went outside, she bumped into her father. He seemed to be going in to take a look, so she called out to him. "Father, Xiao Jiu, you're here this early?" Seeing his daughter, a smile appeared on his dignified face. I came to see grandmother and little uncle." "Father, do you also want to go in?" "I think it'll be better if you come later. Grandmother just fell asleep, and little uncle is also asleep." "Oh, so it's like that. Then I'll come back later to take a look." He nodded and said, "Father, shall we take a walk?" She took his hand and walked in the palace. The father and daughter strolled around and chatted until noon. When a meal was set and ready to eat together, Feng Jiu remembered that the little fellow had slept until now and didn't seem to see her. Just as she was about to send someone to wake her up, she saw the little fellow in a little black robe come in. "The little king of hell is here. Come sit down and eat with us." Feng Xiao could not help but smile when he called the son of the king of hell. He bowed to Feng Xiao and responded. After glancing at Feng Jiu, he walked to her side. However, the stool was rather high, and he couldn't sit on it at all. Therefore, just as he was about to climb up, he was picked up by someone. "Have a seat. Here, this is for you." Feng Jiu carried him to sit on the stool and scooped some rice and vegetables for him. He glanced at her and then picked up his chopsticks to eat. Feng Jiu and Feng Xiao chatted as they ate. After the meal, the few of them went out for a walk and drank some tea. Feng Xiao went back to handle some matters, leaving only Feng Jiu and the little king of hell. The two of them looked at each other, staring at each other speechlessly. "Little guy, tell me, why do you like to stick to me so much?" She held her chin with one hand and asked with a smile. Hearing this, he glared at her. "Since when did I stick to you?" Chapter 849. The son of the king of hell glanced at her and said, "He just wanted me to tell you not to fool around while he's not around. Crush those rotten peach blossoms as soon as possible and don't let them stick to you. Also, don't get too close to men." Hearing this, Feng Jiu froze for a moment, then laughed. "Little devil, do you know what rotten peach blossoms are?" He turned his head away and did not speak. "Okay, let me tell you. You can play around in the palace as you wish. You can also leave the palace to play, but you have to be brought by Lung Shuang or Lung Hua. Don't run around by yourself. Be careful of being kidnapped by human traffickers." "What about you? What are you going to do?" He frowned slightly and asked. "In March, there will be an alchemy competition in Sanyi country. I heard that the prizes are quite generous. While I'm at home, I plan to refine a pill and participate." She smiled and said, "I'll return to Feng Manor to refine. Do you want to stay in the palace or return to Feng Manor with me? But I'll say this first. I won't have time to take care of you after I return to Feng Manor. Also, you can't disturb me when I'm refining pills. And I'll go to Feng Manor with you." He said, "Okay, let's go tell grandfather and the others and then return." She held his hand and led him to the palace. In the following days, just as Feng Jiu said, she buried herself in refining pills. However, the son of the king of hell did not disturb her because he was also cultivating. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. This day was the 15th of the first lunar month. After a loud rumbling sound came from Feng Jiu's alchemy room, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. When the chief flow dissipated, she took out 3 pills from the alchemy room. 2 of them were brownish red in color. Regardless of whether it was the pill veins or the spiritual aura, they were all normal pills. They were not level 5 because they were not level 5 pills to begin with. However, the other pill was a reddish-orange color, as if it had mutated. The medicinal fragrance still filled the air, but it was completely different from what was recorded in the pill formula. She used a silver needle to test the pill, only to see that when the silver needle touched the pill, a strange black color appeared. Deadly poison? She was a little astonished. The pills used were clearly the same. So how could this one be deadly poison? Although he was puzzled, he still carefully put the pill away and put it together with some other poisonous pills in the space. According to the recipe in the space, this 5 elements pill has been successfully refined. I wonder if its effects are really as miraculous as described? She held the pill and looked at it, her eyes filled with curiosity. She had found the 5 elements pill recipe in her space. It wasn't left behind by her master, but by the original owner of the space. Following the steps of refining the pill, he didn't expect that he would actually succeed in half a month. In this world, the reason why people can cultivate is because they have spiritual roots. However, other than the younger generation of cultivator clans who have spiritual roots, ordinary people who want to have spiritual roots are 1 in 10,000. However, if this 5 elements pill is really as described in the pill formula, then it really is a pill with unlimited value. She was excited. She immediately put away the pill and walked out of the alchemy room. Seeing Lung Hua arranging the medicinal herbs in the courtyard, she asked, "Lung Hua, where is Lung Hua? Hurry up and call him over." Chapter 850. Not long after, Lung Hua followed Lung Shuang into the courtyard. They saw their master pacing back and forth in the courtyard, muttering something. They looked at each other and walked forward. "Master," Lung Hua called out. He looked at her and asked, "Why are you looking for me? Come, come, come." She pulled him to sit down when she saw him. She took out a pill. "Eat this and let me see." Yes. There are no questions, no doubts, no worries or uneasiness. He didn't care what kind of pill it was. He took it and swallowed it, not minding at all that he was the one who tested the pill. However, after taking the pill, within a few breaths, Lung Hua's forehead broke out in large beads of sweat. His entire body tensed up. His hands were tightly clenched, as if he was restraining something. Lung Shuang saw this and looked at him worriedly. However, she didn't say anything. She knew that her master wouldn't harm her brother. Hiss! Finally, he couldn't hold back the tearing pain in his body. He bounced off the stool and rolled back and forth on the ground. Cries of pain came from his mouth. Lung Shuang's heart ached. She wanted to go forward but was stopped by Fengjiu. One can only rise above others after suffering the hardest. She looked at Lung Hua on the ground and observed his reaction. She watched as he cried out on the ground. She watched as his clothes were soaked with sweat. After about an hour, he felt better. The pain had already caused him to faint. At this time, his body was oozing with a black liquid that smelled a little foul. "Take him back to his room. Have someone wash him. When he wakes up, bring him to see me." Fengjiu gestured. "Yes." Lung Shuang responded. She looked at her brother lying quietly on the ground and quickly walked forward to help him up. She didn't care that the stench on his body was all over her. Seeing her help him leave, Fengjiu rubbed his chin. He looked at his messy appearance and returned to the courtyard to have someone prepare water for a bath. 2 hours later, after bathing, she had the kitchen cook a few dishes to eat. When she was almost full, she saw Lung Shuang bring Lung Hua, who had woken up and changed his clothes, in. "Master," the two called out. She looked at him, sizing him up from head to toe, and then said, "Tell me, how do you feel after eating the pill?" "Yes," Lung Hua replied. "First, there was a little warmth in my stomach. Then this warmth spread like a ball of fire and spread to every vein in my body. Each vein seemed to be torn apart by this ball of fire and then fused back together. It was so painful that I couldn't breathe. After that, I didn't even know when I fainted. But when I woke up, my whole body felt very strange. It was as if I'd been cleansed by water, and my whole body felt very comfortable." Fengjiu nodded. He took out the spirit plate used to test spiritual roots from his space and gestured, "Come, I'll test it for you." Hearing this, the siblings were stunned. They stared blankly at her. Master, I don't have spiritual roots, right? I've tested it before. Leng Hua said. Because he had tested it before and knew that he couldn't cultivate, his master taught him Tai Chi to strengthen his body and protect himself. Chapter 851. I can cultivate? Leng Hua was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Even Leng Hua couldn't react for a while. He stood there in a daze. Yes, the elixir you ate is called the 5 Elements Elixir. It's a new product that I just refined. It can allow people who don't have spiritual roots to develop spiritual roots after eating it. However, the specific spiritual roots of the 5 elements would depend on your own luck. She smiled and said, I've said that as long as there's a chance, I'll definitely let you step onto the path of cultivation. However, you have to know that the path of cultivation won't be smooth sailing. There are many dangers and difficulties waiting for you. Leng Hua couldn't help but choke up when he heard this. Master, don't worry. I know. As long as I can cultivate, I'm not afraid of dangers and difficulties. Only by cultivating and becoming stronger could he stay by his master's side in the future. Even if his master went to the empire in the future and established the Feng family there, he could still be his master's housekeeper. Leng Shuang came to her senses and knelt down with a plop. She kowtowed heavily. Thank you, master. Leng Hua also knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, master. What are you doing? Get up, get up. She gestured for the two of them to get up and said, You are my people. I said that I won't mistreat the people around me, so there's no need to be like this. Leng Hua, come here. I'll test your spiritual root. She waved her hand and gestured for him to come forward. Yes. Leng Hua was a bit nervous. He walked up to her and placed his hand on the testing spirit disc. When he saw that the spirit disc was of the water attribute, he let out a sigh of relief. It didn't matter what kind of spiritual root it was. As long as it could cultivate, it was fine. It's a single water spiritual root? She was a little surprised and smiled. I didn't expect that a single water spiritual root could be born after taking the 5 Elements Elixir. The cultivation speed of a single spiritual root is faster than that of a dual spiritual root. Not bad. It seems that you're the only one with a water spiritual root around me. She put away the spirit disc and took out the chi drawing spiritual art from her space and gave it to him. Immortal cultivation is similar to being a Xian martial artist. As long as you can draw chi into your body, you can be considered a spirit practitioner. Above the spirit practitioners are spiritual masters, then great spiritual masters, foundation-building cultivators, golden core cultivators, and nascent soul cultivators. It's very important to stabilize your foundation step by step. Yes, I'll remember that. He accepted it excitedly. An indescribable feeling filled his heart, and he couldn't wait to return to his room to cultivate. Go, cultivate well, and ask me if you don't understand, she said with a smile, indicating that he could go back. All right, then I'll head back first. With that, he quickly returned to his room with the spirit art of drawing energy into his body. That's right. Where's that little fellow? Why didn't I see him? Feng Jiu looked at Leng Shuang and asked. He realized that the little fellow didn't seem to be around. After Master went into seclusion to refine pills, he told us that he also wanted to go into seclusion to cultivate and told us not to disturb him. He also chose the most remote courtyard in the residence as his cultivation spot. In recent days, only Ahua sent him breakfast. Oh, he's cultivating at such a young age? I'll go take a look. As she spoke, she asked the servants to clear the dishes on the table and went to the most remote courtyard in the residence. When she arrived at the courtyard, she saw that the door was tightly shut and the faint sound of water could be heard from inside. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and called out, Little king of hell? Little fellow? Little brat? Is he inside? I'm going in. Chapter 852. Little brat. What the hell are you doing? Feng Jiu walked in with large steps and saw that the ground was covered in water. There was a gurgling sound coming from the tub that was half the height of a person, as if someone was choking on water. She quickly walked forward and saw that little thing had fallen inside with his head down, drinking the bath water. She was so scared that she quickly lifted him up. Cook. He fiercely coughed, and his face turned red. But before he could catch his breath, his butt was slapped by her. Pa, you little brat. You're not even as tall as the tub, yet you didn't ask anyone to help you. If you drown in the tub, I'll see if you'll be embarrassed. Fengjiu was angry. She didn't care about anything else as she grabbed him under her arm and slapped his bear but a few times. The heavens knew that when she came in and saw him head first in the water, her heart was so shocked that it almost stopped beating. The height of the bathtub was more than enough to drown a 3 or 4-year-old child, and it was even worse when he was head first in the water. This Yama Lord had left him in her care. If something really happened to him here, how was she going to explain it to him? Was she going to say that she didn't take care of him properly and accidentally drowned? 3 consecutive slaps landed on his butt, not giving him a chance to react. He was completely stunned by the slaps. What are you doing? After he recovered, he began to struggle in anger and shame. This woman, she really dared. What am I doing? Can't you see that I'm teaching you a lesson? She directly grabbed him and walked to the bed in the inner room. After throwing him on the bed, she angrily glared at him with one hand on her waist. You little brat, do you know what it means to play with your life? What were you doing just now? What? Don't tell me you were thirsty and want to drink the bathwater. It was fine when she mentioned it, but when she mentioned that he drank his own bathwater, his face became ugly and he felt a faint sense of nausea. If it wasn't for her shouting outside, how could he have slipped in his nervousness? She still had the nerve to scold him here and hit his butt again. This woman, it really made him want to strangle her to death. Still staring? You still dare to stare at me? Try staring again. She pulled on her sleeves and stared at him with a threatening gaze. Her meaning was clear. If you stare again, I'll hit you again. Hearing this and seeing her posture, he was so angry that he laughed, but he didn't stare at her. After all, he wasn't wearing any clothes. Facing her with this little naked body, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Looking at him wrapped in the blanket, she took a deep breath and calmed down the anger in her heart. She said to him, "Put on your clothes. I'll wait for you outside." Then she turned and walked out. She looking at? Indeed, there was nothing to see with his small body. It was precisely because there was nothing to see that he didn't even have the confidence to show off. It was too embarrassing. He simply couldn't face anyone. After calming himself down, he took out a set of clothes and put them on. After tidying himself up, he walked out. Fengjiu, who was sitting in the yard, stared at the arrogant and bashful little fellow walking out. He couldn't help snorting. Without giving him a chance to refute, he directly said, "I'll help you bathe in the future." Chapter 853. She narrowed her eyes at him. "Even if you can't, you still have to." "I don't agree. Your disagreement is invalid. If something like today happened again, she wouldn't know what to do." He looked at her and knew that she was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. Thus, he softened his voice and said, "I'll be more careful next time so I won't fall. This kind of accident won't happen again, and I can take care of myself." He wasn't a real child. How could not take care of himself? If it wasn't for her suddenly shouting to come in, he wouldn't have slipped when he was about to step out of the tub and fall back in. Fengjiu narrowed his eyes. "You don't want me to help you bathe?" He heavily nodded his head, his delicate little face filled with seriousness. Could he let her see him with his small body? The answer was no. "All right then, I'll find someone else to help you bathe." She calmly said this and was not surprised to see his expression change. He gritted his teeth and stared at her, finally compromising. "All right, you bathe then." This woman, she knew that he hated people getting close to him, yet she still wanted to find someone to bathe him. They wanted to have him completely under their control. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if it was the right decision to come here before his cultivation technique recovered. Why did he feel like he had no sovereignty over her after his body shrunk? He couldn't even object. "That's a good boy." She pulled him over and rubbed his head, saying, "If you're obedient, I won't hit you." His face trembled and the corner of his mouth twitched. He glared at her before speechlessly looking away. Why do you seem to have grown taller?" Fengjiu pulled him to his side and hugged him. Rubbing his head, he suddenly realized that in half a month, this little fellow seemed to have grown a lot taller. She pushed him a step forward and looked him over. After comparing him, she looked at him in surprise. "You really grew taller." You were originally like a 3 or 4-year-old child, but now you're as tall as a 5 or 6-year-old child. What did you eat these past few days? How did you grow so fast?" Hearing this, he looked down at himself and didn't say anything. Of course, it was because he had been cultivating for the past half a month. As long as he recovered the lost cultivation technique, he would naturally return to his original appearance. However, her words reminded him that if this continued, he would recover too quickly. She might not have thought in that direction once or twice, but it might not be the case after a long time. If he hadn't done so many embarrassing things in front of her in the past, it would have been fine if he told her. But now, how could he tell her? He was sure that once he opened his mouth, he would lose all of his dignity in the future. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter had to be kept a secret. No matter what, he could not let her know. Moreover, looking at the situation, he was afraid that he would have to leave early. "What are you thinking about? Let me ask you, what have you been eating recently? You didn't take any medicine, did you?" While asking, she naturally reached out to feel his pulse, but she didn't find anything wrong with his body. She couldn't help but feel strange. It had only been half a month. How could he grow so fast? Cough. He coughed lightly and said with a straight face, "I'm the same as my brother. I grew faster than others since I was young. There's nothing strange about it." Chapter 854. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at him and could not help but laugh. "Someone like you can't be considered a man. You can only be considered a little boy." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that his face darkened again. His entire little face became stiff, looking exactly like the Yama Lord. She could not help but reach out to rub his face. "Little devil, aren't you afraid that you'll grow old too quickly if you keep a straight face all day long?" However, she was secretly laughing in her heart. She did not dare to rub the Yama Lord's face, but would she not dare to rub this little devil's face? He was speechless as he took her hand away. "Don't rub my face. Today is the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Let's go to the palace for a reunion dinner tonight, and then I'll take you to the Lantern Festival. What do you think?" she asked with a smile as she looked at the somewhat arrogant little fellow in her arms. "Okay," he responded, somewhat delighted. Hence, they went to the palace in the evening. At night, Xiangxi was still in confinement, so they had a simple reunion dinner and played with the child in the palace for a while before leaving. On this night of the Lantern Festival, the city was decorated with lanterns and color banners. Some guessed lantern riddles, some set off fireworks, and joy could be seen everywhere. Looking at the various lanterns, his eyes moved slightly as he walked beside Fengjiu. He slowed down a few steps and came to a lantern. He looked at the lantern, and finally, his gaze fell on one of the lotus lanterns. He looked at the riddle below and then looked at the peddler. "Take this down." "Haha, little master, it's free to guess the riddle, but you'll have to pay if you don't," the peddler said with a smile as he took down the lotus lantern and held it in his hand. He asked, "Little master, the riddle of this lotus lantern is, one side is red, the other side is green, one side is happy with the wind, and the other side is happy with the rain. Guess one word." "Autumn," the son of the king of hell said as he reached out his small hand. "Give it to me." The smile on the peddler's face froze. He turned back to check the riddle before passing the lotus lantern to him. He smiled and said, "Little master, you're so smart. You got it right in one guess. The riddle is autumn. Not bad. This lotus lantern is yours. You like this?" Fengjiu walked over with a lantern in his hand, but it was in the shape of a fish. "I thought you would like this." She waved the lantern in her hand and handed it to him. He glanced at it and took it. At the same time, he handed over the lotus lantern in his hand. "This is for you." "For me?" When she heard that, she smiled and narrowed her eyes. She was a little happy and a little surprised as she took it. "Thanks." Seeing her happy smile, he slightly opened his eyes and tried hard to maintain a cold expression, but the corners of his lips couldn't help but curve up, revealing his happy mood. "Which one do you want? I'll send you back." He held the fish-shaped flower lantern in one hand and raised his head slightly to look at her. As long as she liked it, he had the ability to get it for her. "One is enough. Let's go. Let's go to the front to eat glutinous rice balls." She smiled and narrowed her eyes. She held the lotus lantern in one hand and held his hand with the other. The two of them went to the stall in front to eat glutinous rice balls. Then, they squeezed through the crowd to watch some performances on the street. Finally, they went to watch the fireworks. It was midnight when they returned to Feng Manor to rest. After bathing, the son of the king of hell, who was lying on the bed, looked at the woman standing by the window and looking at the distant night sky. He asked, "What are you looking at?" Chapter 855. Hearing this, the son of the king of hell on the bed blinked. It turned out that she would miss him too. She would stand by the window and look at the sky when he was not aware of it. Thinking of this, a warm current flowed through his heart, and his heart became unusually soft. At this moment, he really wanted to tell her that he was here. His cold poison has been cured. You don't have to worry. A childish voice came from behind. Feng Jiu turned to look at the little fellow on the bed. It's cured? How'd he solve it? That's 1,000-year-old cold poison. If it was so easy to cure, the cold poison wouldn't have been lurking in his body for so long. Hearing this, he pursed his lips and glanced at her. Of course, I paid a hefty price, but it's cured. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and explained, "We didn't ask me earlier. I forgot to tell you." Feng Jiu came to the bedside and looked at him, who was covered with a blanket. "Are you really his younger brother? Why didn't I hear him mention that he has a younger brother before?" Hearing this, he pulled the blanket higher and yawned. "I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep first." As he spoke, he closed his eyes and did not intend to answer. Seeing this, Feng Jiu shook his head and smiled. This little brat was very crafty. It was really hard to pry information out of him. She took off her outerwear and lay down in her underwear. She reached out and naturally held the child in her arms. With this hug, she felt that he was much bigger than half a month ago. She was puzzled. How did he grow so fast? The next morning, she brought the son of the king of hell to the Peach Blossom Cove. It had been half a month since she came back. She was so engrossed in refining that she almost forgot to ask the old man about the green lotus in her belly. Although she had advanced to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, she still took out a wisp of spiritual power to nourish the green lotus in her dantian. The most annoying thing was that after nourishing it for almost a year, it still looked the same. If this went on, she would doubt whether the green lotus would bloom. Or did it have other effects or uses? Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the Peach Blossom Cove, she searched inside and out but did not find any trace of the elder. Thus, she summoned the family of ghost cultivators who were cultivating here and asked them about it. Only then did she find out that the elder had left not long after she left last year. Is he afraid that I'll come back to look for him? How could he just leave without saying a word? She stared at the ghost cultivators in front of her. She did not expect that she could not find him after she returned. "Master, he only said that you don't have to look for him. He said that it's a good thing, and that it's only a gift to a fated person. Furthermore, it's harmless to you. As for the rest, you'll definitely know in the future." Hearing this, Feng Jiu frowned. Of course, she knew that the green lotus was harmless to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited so long to come back and ask. However, she only knew a little about the green lotus in her dantian. Could it be that she was going to keep nourishing it with her spiritual power? What if more than 10 of them were still the same? Thinking of this, a few black lines appeared on her forehead. If she could take it out, she really wanted to. Unfortunately, the green lotus seemed to have taken root in her dantian. If she wanted to take it out, she would have to cut open her belly. Chapter 856. Master, we have made some progress in our cultivation and can now appear during the day. However, we can't maintain our form for too long. Elder Zhao spoke with unconcealable joy in his eyes. Since Master did not send anyone over to the Peach Blossom Cove, we have been guarding it ever since that senior left. Other than occasionally appearing during the day, we usually don't appear. Nothing has happened in the past year, and we didn't alarm the citizens. The old woman also spoke. A few months ago, the monarch brought Yang Yang back to visit us. Yang Yang has been taught well, and is even practicing martial arts with the Phoenix Guards. As the young man spoke, he glanced at his wife beside him and said to Feng Jiu, "This is all thanks to Master. We dare not forget your kindness. As long as Master has any orders, we will do it, even if we have to die 1,000 times. The young woman beside him also nodded. They were already very gratified that they could have such good fortune and that their child could receive such a good education. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded and said, I came over this time to tell you that my grandmother gave birth to a son called Feng Yi. He is almost half a month old. I heard from my grandfather that they plan to let Yang Yang stay by my uncle's side in the future as a playmate and bodyguard. Hearing this, the four of them were overjoyed. They looked at each other and quickly thanked her. Thank you, Master. We can't ask for anything more than for Yang Yang to stay by the little prince's side. Being able to let Yang Yang stay by the little prince's side, grow up together, learn together, and have a strong relationship in the future. It was not something an ordinary bodyguard could compare to. They were very grateful for such a good opportunity. I'll leave the Peach Blossom Cove to you guys. If there is anything you can't handle, find the Phoenix Guards to handle it. She instructed them and reminded them of a few things before returning to the Feng residence with the Little Prince of Hell. In the following period of time, because there was no need to refine pills, she was idle. Other than the fixed time to cultivate every day, she spent the rest of her time with the Little Prince of Hell. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. It was the day of her little Uncle Feng Ye's 1-month-old celebration. However, early in the morning, she washed up and put on a red dress. When she returned to the bedside, she saw the little fellow sitting on the bed with a distressed expression. She couldn't help but ask with a smile, "What's wrong?" "The clothes are too small." He picked up the clothes to show her. The sleeves were too small, and the bottom of the robe was also too short. "You've grown taller again?" She blinked in surprise. Tian didn't feel that he had grown taller, but when he compared himself with the clothes, the difference was obvious. The little fellow who was originally 5 or 6 years old now looked like a 6 or 7-year-old. It had only been a short month, but he had only grown taller than before. She couldn't help but worry. She had been living and eating with him for the past half a month, and she had not seen him eat anything. She really did not know how he grew so fast. Could it be that what he said was true? Were their genes really that powerful? He looked at her without saying a word. Another half a month had passed, and he had indeed grown a lot taller. Moreover, with the recovery of his cultivation technique, he recovered faster towards the end. He knew that it was time for him to leave. He could not stay any longer. Chapter 857. Therefore, she asked someone to change his clothes before bringing him to the palace. The banquet was held in the Imperial Garden. When they arrived at the palace, there were already many people there. Today, only some aristocratic families and friends were invited, as well as relatives from Sushi's side. The banquet was not very grand. It was just for everyone to gather and see the child. Feng Xiao greeted everyone in the Imperial Garden. Old Master Gung was still in the back of the palace. When Feng Jiu brought the son of King of Hell over, everyone stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Princess. Long time no see, Princess. You're becoming more and more beautiful. Little Feng, you're becoming more and more beautiful." Ha ha ha. Seeing everyone greet her, she smiled and said, "Everyone, please take a seat." She found a seat and sat down. She chatted and laughed with everyone. "Ha! Your grandfather is so lucky to have a son." In the blink of an eye, the child is 1 month old. Time flies. Old Master Gung sat beside Fengjiu and said to her, "Yes, time flies. It feels like the day I went to propose marriage was just yesterday. I didn't expect the child to be born when I came back this time." She chuckled and poured a glass of wine for him. "Grandpa Gung, please drink first. I'll go over there to make a toast and have a chat." As she spoke, she got up and excused herself. Okay. Go ahead." Old Master Gung nodded. He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into a line. Feng Jiu went over to her grandmother's brothers. Although her father was there to greet them, she still had to come over to chat and make a toast. As soon as she got close, she was pulled to talk to them. She drank glass after glass of wine and felt that the whole place was filled with a joyful atmosphere. "Little Feng, if you have time in the future, you must come to our place more often. If you go there, you can't just walk through the door," Lin Buoheng said with a smile. Looking at the beautiful girl in red, he only knew that this girl would be extraordinary in the future. Hearing this, she chuckled and said slyly, "Of course, if I go there, I'll definitely freeload at Grandpa Lin's house. At that time, Grandpa Lin won't find me troublesome and annoying." "No, no. Grandpa Lin couldn't ask for more if you're willing to come." Lin Buang laughed and drank 2 more cups of wine with her while chatting. As everyone chatted, the palace maids served the dishes. Each dish was served to one person and was placed in front of everyone, looking exquisite and small. Then, the old man strode out with the 1-month-old Feng Yi in his arms. His voice could be heard even before he arrived. "Ha ha! Thank you all for coming to my son's 1-month-old birthday party." When they heard this voice, everyone was stunned because the voice was very young. It was different from the old man's voice in the past. Therefore, they all stopped drinking and looked in the direction of the voice. When they saw who it was, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. That tall and slender figure, with an imposing appearance, dressed in a dark golden luxurious robe, a jade belt tied around his waist, and a jade pendant with tassels as decoration. A handsome young man with jet black hair. Was the Feng San Yuan they were familiar with? Chapter 858. "San Yuan, you advanced again?" Old Master Gung asked, a little dumbfounded. His face was exactly the same as when he was young. After the passage of time, there was a steadiness that young people did not have. "I don't think so. You're still a martial emperor, but why do you look?" Even Lin Buang looked at him in disbelief. His strength had not improved. So why? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He could not help but look at Feng Jiu, who was smiling at him. That's right. How could he forget about her? She was the ghost doctor, so she naturally had the ability. That meant that Feng girl must have refined some medicine to restore Sun Yuan's youthful appearance. When he thought of this, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Why was such a good girl not part of his family? If only he had such a biological granddaughter. How great would that be? No. It's just that Feng girl brought me a New Year's gift. It's the face-establishing pill that the ghost doctor recently refined. Let me tell you, this face-establishing pill is that he proudly and complacently showed off to them, telling them how miraculous and precious this medicinal pill was, causing everyone to be extremely envious. Come. Let me hug my little nephew." As Lin Buang spoke, he took the child from Feng Sun Yuan's arms. The 1-month-old child's skin was already pink and tender. Moreover, the child grew up on the ground. In addition, he was well fed. This white and chubby child was very likable. "He looks like my little sister," Lin Buang said, his eyes full of love. When the others saw this, they looked at each other and smiled. They asked about the child's name and Su Shi's situation. Su Shi's brothers carried one after another, and almost all of them carried the child. Of course, the others only watched and did not carry the child. After all, they were not close relatives. Moreover, it was not easy to carry a 1-month-old child. The crowd only dispersed when they reached the depths of the palace. After arranging the accommodations for the Lin family, Feng Jiu went to her father's palace. "Father, little uncle is already 1 month old. I want to leave tomorrow." "So soon?" When Feng Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. His daughter had only been back for a month, and now she had to leave again. This time, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see her again for another year. Hearing this, she smiled. "I'm planning to attend a pill appraisal convention. I don't know how long it'll take, so I'll have to go earlier." As she spoke, she held his hand and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll come back when I have time." She had originally planned to tell him about her mother, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. She didn't want him to worry about her. It would be better to give him a surprise when she brought her mother back in the future. As for her mother's family, she believed that as long as her status was promoted in the future, even the aristocrats of the first-class country would try their best to establish a relationship with her. At that time, she wouldn't be afraid that she wouldn't be able to enter the Shangwan family and see her mother. "All right, then you must be careful when you're outside. Take Leng Shuang and Leng Hua with you. They are both loyal to you. Leng Shuang can help you take care of everything. Leng Hua is also very attentive. I can only be at ease with them by your side." Although he was reluctant to part with her, he knew that when a bird grew up, it had to fly away from its parents. As her father, he couldn't stop her. He could only hope that everything would go smoothly and safely outside. Chapter 859. By the time they returned to the Feng Manor, it was already late at night. After bathing, Feng Jiu dried his hair while saying, "We'll leave tomorrow. We're going to the country of Yi to participate in the pill appraisal convention on the 3rd of March. That's right, the clothes I had someone make for you will be sent over tomorrow morning." After saying this for a while, she did not hear the little guy reply, so she glanced over and saw him sitting cross-legged on the bed looking at her. She said, "What is it?" This little guy had not said much ever since he came back today. Was he unhappy? "I'm going to leave." He looked at her as he spoke. Hearing this, she was stunned for a moment before reacting. "You're going to leave? Who are you going with? Is someone coming to pick you up?" "They'll be here at midnight." He looked at her. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but he did not say it. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" She walked over to the bed and asked. "Hui Lang is coming to pick you up? Is it safe to go back now? Would it cause trouble for him? If he can't take care of you, you should follow me. It's fine to go back after a while. Rin Xiang is coming to pick me up." As he spoke, he shook his head. "No, I have to go." Hearing this, she looked deeply at him and said, "Then I'll have someone send the clothes over right now." As she spoke, she walked outside and told the Lung Shuang before walking back in. "You're going to leave. Do you want me to prepare something for you? Food? For use? Or for fun?" she asked. She felt a bit reluctant. Although this little brat was arrogant and awkward, after being together for a while, he suddenly said that he was going to leave. She really did not want to part with him. "No need. Just sit with me for a bit," he said. Hearing this, her heart skipped a beat. She sat down on the edge of the bed and crossed her legs like him. She thought that growing up in a place like the Empire was probably very stressful for a child. They were different from normal children. Thus, she sat with him and chatted with him from time to time until midnight arrived. Hearing a sound from outside, the two people in the room could not help but look at each other. "I'm going to leave," he said. "I'll send you off." She stood up and put on a coat to send him off. Who knew that he would see her out with a coat on? So he grabbed her hand. "What happened?" She turned around and asked. The little fellow stood up from the bed and stared at her coat. "Put on your clothes before you go out." Hearing these old-fashioned and domineering words, Feng Jiu couldn't help but laugh. She took off her coat and put it on. Just as she was about to tie the belt, she saw a pair of small hands take over her work and tie the belt for her waist seriously and attentively. Seeing this, a trace of gentleness flashed through her heart. She thought that if she had children in the future, she would be just as considerate. "All right." He looked up at her and said seriously, "Don't fool around." Feng Jiu was slightly stunned and then laughed out loud. He tapped his nose lightly and said, "Little devil, I'm serious." He frowned. "Don't fool around. Pay more attention to your own safety outside. If you encounter someone you can't beat, run." I know. She shook her head and couldn't help but laugh. She bent down and was about to pick him up when she saw him get off the bed and put on his boots. He said, "I'll walk by myself. You don't have to send me off." Chapter 860. In the end, it was Feng Jiu who sent him out. In the courtyard outside, Ren Xiang and a few men in black were already standing there waiting. The door opened, and the two people inside walked out. Ren Xiang couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw the big and small figures. However, he knew that he couldn't expose his master's secret, so he secretly pinched himself and suppressed the smile that was about to appear on his lips. "Ninth young master." Ren Xiang nodded slightly in greeting. "Are you the one sending him back?" Feng Jiu looked at him and raised his eyebrows. "No, I'm only sending him to a place, and someone will meet him there." He added, "Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to protect him. There won't be any problems." Hearing this, Feng Jiu nodded and said to the son of the king of hell, "Go. Be careful on the road." Seeing that they didn't even have a sedan, she took out a cloak from her space and tied it around him. "It's windy at night. Don't catch a cold." He glanced at her, then walked towards Ren Xiang and turned back. "You can go in." "Okay." She smiled and looked at him deeply. After instructing Ren Xiang to take care of him, she turned and entered the room. The few people outside the courtyard saw that she had returned to her room. Then they left on their swords and quietly disappeared into the night. Feng Jiu watched their figures disappear into the night from the window. When he couldn't find any trace of them, he took off his coat and laid down on the bed. However, he didn't sleep that night. The next morning, without giving her father and grandfather a chance to send her off, she left quietly with Lung Shuang, Lung Hua, and Tun Yun and headed to E-Country. A month later, in E-Country. E-Country was a 5th-class country with a status above 6th class. Just the journey to E-Country alone took her a whole month. Of course, there was some sightseeing along the way. The border of a 5th-class country was national defense, and people below that level were not allowed to enter unless they had proof of identity. Feng Jiu was a medicine saint and could even go to a 3rd-class country, not to mention a 5th-class country. This was also the reason why she rejected Mo Chun. If she could come by herself, why would she come with him? However, would Mo Chun be here as well? She had heard that his pill refining skills were not low. If he were to participate as well, it would not be easy for her to get first place. However, after thinking about it, he felt that he should have confidence in her 5-elemental pill. After all, such a heaven-defying pill. Even if it wasn't a 5th-tier spiritual medicine, it definitely wasn't something an ordinary pill could compare to. Moreover, its value was something that even a 5th-tier spiritual medicine might not be able to compare to. This is the imperial city of the E-Country. Standing outside the city gate, Feng Jiu looked at the bustling scene inside the city and sighed. Sure enough, different levels have different prosperity. A 5th-class country is 1 level higher than a 6th-class country. Master, let's find a place to stay after entering the city. Then we can walk around and ask for information. Lung Hua said. He was very excited about coming here. Let's go. Line up to enter the city. She gestured and joined them in the line, waiting to pay the entrance fee and enter the city. Chapter 861. Feng Jiu and the others had not come here because of her identity as a medicine saint, but because they had obtained 3 passes from the black market. Even so, they still had a hand over money if they belonged to another country. There were about 20 people in front of them in the queue. Feng Jiu stood in the middle, with Lung Hua in front and Lung Shuang behind her. Little Tun Yun followed by her feet. The 3 of them were all extremely beautiful. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many people. In particular, the one standing behind Lung Shuang was a male cultivator. When he saw the black-clothed woman in front of him with her curvaceous figure and stunning profile, he could not help but stare at her with a lustful gaze. Using the jostling of the people behind him, he bumped into Lung Shuang in front of him. When a man bumped into him from behind, Lung Shuang turned around with a cold expression. My apologies, my apologies. I bumped into you from behind. The male cultivator said apologetically. But his eyes were still fixed on her stunning face. When Lung Shuang saw this, he looked away and ignored him. He was lining up to enter the city, so he did not want to cause trouble here. When a man saw this, his gaze shifted. When he saw that she did not say anything and only glanced at him warningly with a cold, beautiful face, he could not help but feel an itch in his heart. He wanted to lust for her again. This time, he planned to take the opportunity to grope her. However, as soon as he had that thought, he heard a lazy voice. It shocked him so much that he stopped and suppressed his lust. Did you chop off the hands of that blind pervert who took advantage of you last time? Or did you cripple his manhood? Feng Jiu turned around and asked Lung Shuang. However, his smiling eyes were fixed on a man behind Lung Shuang. I chopped off his hands, crippled his manhood, and even dug out his eyeballs, Lung Shuang said coldly. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was heard by the people around them. For a moment, everyone's gaze fell on them. Some even glanced at the pale-faced male cultivator, as if they were watching a good show. They sneered, knowing that the man had kicked aboard. The 3 of them had different temperaments. The red-clothed youth in the middle was young, but he had an unparalleled elegance. He was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Then, they looked at the man and woman behind him. The man's aura was as gentle as water, but it was not something an ordinary guard could possess. The woman in black was filled with killing intent, and the man recklessly tried to take advantage of her. 2. Hearing their words and seeing the gazes of the surrounding people, the man's scalp went numb. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, tactfully keeping a distance from the black-clothed woman in front of him. He didn't dare to look at her, but lowered his head to look at the ground. Next time, if you meet someone who doesn't have eyes, I'll skin him alive. Anyway, that kind of person is shameless. Feng Jiu said these bloodthirsty and cruel words in a serious manner. These words were terrifying to the ears of the cultivators, but to the ears of the commoners, the effect was even more different. Some of the commoners who heard them looked at them in horror and distanced themselves from them. Chapter 862. Unexpectedly, his smile sent chills down everyone's spines. Their expressions changed, and none of them dared to look at him again. She raised her brows and looked at Lung Hua, who was smiling warmly in front of her. She asked, "Do I look that scary? Or have I turned ugly from running all over the place under the sun recently? Why are they all looking at me like I'm a ghost?" Master's magnificence is unparalleled in this world. They've been refracted by Master's dazzling brilliance, so they don't dare to look at Master. Hearing this, Feng Jiu laughed heartily. "You're getting better at talking." "Not bad, not bad." She nodded and smiled in satisfaction. Hearing their conversation, even the city guards at the front noticed the three of them and couldn't help but smile. When the three of them reached the front, the captain of the city guards asked with a smile, "Sir, you're also here to watch the pill appraisal convention, aren't you?" "That's right." Feng Jiu nodded and asked with a smile, "This is my first time in your country's imperial city. Captain, do you have any good places to stay?" Perhaps it was because of her extraordinary noble aura that made it obvious that she came from an extraordinary background, but the captain of the city guards kindly began to talk about some of the better inns and places in the city. "So you can go to the first inn to see if there are any empty rooms. That's the largest and best inn in the imperial city. However, because of the pill appraisal convention, many people from other countries have come to the city. If you're late, you probably won't be able to find a room. However, if you're really out of rooms, you can stay in the inns in the west of the city. Most of the inns in that area have a good view of the scenery west of the lake, so it's not bad." Hearing this, Feng Jiu nodded with a smile and looked at Lung Hua. "Didn't we buy some wine on the way here? Give this captain a jar." "Yes." Lung Hua responded and took out a jar of wine from his chinquin pouch and handed it to the captain. "Big brother, please accept it." The captain was flattered and quickly waved his hand. No, I'm only moving my lips. How could I receive such a good jar of wine from sir?" "It doesn't matter. My master said that he would treat Big Brother to a drink, so Big Brother should just accept it." He stuffed the jug of wine into his arms and followed his master's footsteps, leaving together. Seeing this, the captain felt a burst of joy and gratitude. As city gate guards, some of the young masters of aristocratic families or powerful cultivators had never treated them well. He didn't expect that just by exchanging a few words with this red-clothed young master, he would give him a jar of good wine. He held the wine in his arms. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he retreated to the side. He opened the bottle and took a sniff. A rich wine aroma filled the air. Just by smelling this wine, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Perhaps it was because of Feng Jiu's generosity, but after one of the cultivators entered the city, he quickened his pace and caught up with the people in front of him. "Young master, please wait." The cultivator shouted while running towards Feng Jiu. In front of him, Feng Jiu stopped and turned around. His gaze swept past the cultivator and he asked, "Is there something you need?" The cultivator smiled embarrassedly and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Young master, I also came from another country. It's just that it's a long journey, and I've almost used up all my traveling expenses. I was wondering if young master could lend me some money." Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly stunned. He asked, "What did you say? Did she mishear?" "This. I want to borrow some money from young master." Chapter 863. However, in the next moment, the slightly embarrassed cultivator took out a ginseng from his chinquin pouch. "Young master, this is an old ginseng. It's a purebred wild ginseng. Just look at the texture, the pattern, and the smell of the ginseng. You can tell it's good stuff. If young master doesn't want to lend it to me, it's fine. I'll sell it to young master. This kind of good stuff can't be bought even with 10,000 silver coins. Since young master and I are fated to meet, I'll sell it to young master for 5,000. Feng Jiu glanced at the ginseng and said with a faint smile, "No need." I don't need this. If you have this, you can sell it for money. How could you lack money? Isn't it because young master is generous and doesn't lack money? Moreover, I don't want to go through too much trouble, he said with a bashful smile. Is that so? Enchanting stroked her chin and asked, This one is too little. Do you have more? Or do you have something else? Upon hearing this, the cultivator's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. I still have a lot. How about we find a place to sit down and talk? Sitting down and talking is too time-consuming. How about this? There aren't many people in the alley ahead. Let's go there and talk. Enchanting looked at the alley ahead and gestured. Sure, sure, sure. Young master, please. The cultivator hurriedly made an inviting gesture and walked towards the alley with Enchanting. Fengjiu walked into the alley with Leng Shuang and Leng Hua following behind her. The siblings didn't know what she was planning. They glanced at each other and quietly followed her. When they arrived at the alley, the cultivator took out 20 or so precious medicinal ingredients from his chinquan pouch. Among them, there were several old ginseng. He placed them on the ground and looked at Fengjiu. Young master, take a look. Tell me which one you like. I'll give you the cheapest price. You even have this. Fengjiu squatted on the ground and picked up one of the medicinal ingredients with a smile. She put it down and picked up another one to take a look. Finally, after examining each medicinal ingredient, she asked with a smile, How much do you plan to pay to keep my mouth shut? Hearing this, the cultivator was stunned. He asked, What? Selling fake medicine is a serious crime. You've got guts. She cast a sidelong glance at the cultivator. Speak. How much hush money? If there aren't any benefits, Hearing this, the male cultivator was startled and knew that he had met an expert. He immediately put away the four corners of the cloth on the ground, rolled up the items, and wanted to leave. What fake medicine? It's fine if you don't want to buy it, but you don't have to slander me like this. However, just as he was about to run, he was blocked by the man and woman. He couldn't help but turn around and glare at the red-clothed youth. What are you trying to do? Hush money. Her eyes flashed as she said with a smile. I don't have any money. Do I look like someone who lacks money? She glanced at him with disdain. Then what kind of hush money do you want? He asked with a frown. Your fake medicine looks quite real. How did you do it? Teach me. As soon as she said this, the male cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, and he glared at her. You don't even think about it. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows. So you're saying that you want me to report you for selling fake medicine? At that time, not only will the imperial family punish you, even the pharmacist guild won't let you off easily. Chapter 864. You don't look like you lack money. Why do you want to learn how to make fake medicine? He asked in confusion. You only need to teach me. You don't need to know. But making fake medicine is very complicated. It's not something that can be explained in a few sentences. He bitterly said, and I don't have the time to teach you. Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and said, You only need to make it once for me to see. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of her, the male cultivator couldn't help but sigh. He resigned himself to his fate and took out a medicinal ingredient from his bag as he said, Then you've seen it. I'll only make it once. Whether you can learn it or not is your business. You can't continue to hold on to me. He paused and said, This fake medicine is still medicine. It won't kill you. It's just that the medicinal effects are a little different. Look at this old ginseng. It's made from white radish. Let's do this first, because he had all kinds of things in his chinquan bag. It was convenient to make it. He explained to Fengjiu while he made it. In less than an hour, an old ginseng was ready. To make it more realistic, you can put some mud on it. As for the other medicinal ingredients, you have to choose similar ones. This way, it'll be more convenient to make it. I know about the old ginseng. What about the others? She asked as she took the fake old ginseng and looked at it. She didn't know much about medicine and was easily fooled. She had seen many fakes before, but this person made it the most realistic. If she learned this skill, she might be able to use it one day. Hearing this, the person hugged the bag of fake medicine and quickly retreated. He stared at Fengjiu warily and said, You just said that you only need to make it once. Yes. She nodded and smiled like a fox. But I understand the old ginseng, but I don't understand the others. Also, you should have a prescription for this, right? You can forget about taking my prescription. As soon as he said that, he saw the young man in red appear in front of him in an instant. But you came to provoke me. You want to send me away with this? How can it be so simple? Looking at the young man's strange smile, his scalp tingled and he regretted it. If he knew that this young man was so difficult to deal with, he wouldn't have approached him. You took it yourself? Or should I do it myself? Fengjiu asked without any sense of shame. She had always treated people the same way they treated her. Since he dared to use fake medicine to fool her and have designs on her, she naturally had to make him pay. Fine, you win. He gritted his teeth and handed the handwriting to him. Fengjiu took a look at it and nodded. Yes, not bad. The records are even clearer than what you said. All right, don't say that I'm taking advantage of you. Lung Hua, give him 100 silver coins and consider it as me buying his skills. Yes. Lung Hua replied and took out 100 silver coins to give to the man. That person's mouth twitched. 100 silver coins? That was his ability to make a living, yet it was only worth 100 silver coins? Gritting his teeth, he took it. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. Although it was a small amount, it was better than nothing. The male cultivator who took the silver coins put it away and quickly disappeared without a trace, as if he was afraid that Fengjiu would take something from him on a whim. Master, this fake medicine can't be used. What's the point of learning it? Lung Hua asked in confusion. Chapter 865. The number one inn in the Imperial City, other than being more luxurious than the other inns, the price was naturally not affordable for the average person. It could be said that the people who stayed in this and were either rich or respectable. Innkeeper, give me 3 rooms. Fengjiu walked in and said to the counter. I'm sorry, young master, the rooms are full. Please look elsewhere. The innkeeper said apologetically. So it's like that. All right then, there's nothing I can do about it. She shrugged and did not mind. Just as she was about to leave with Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, she heard a voice. Red-robed young master, please wait. A middle-aged man walked down from the 2nd floor and called out to Fengjiu. Fengjiu turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. He asked, you called me? Yes. The man nodded and looked at Fengjiu for a while. He smiled and asked, may I ask if young master's surname is Feng? Your given name is Jiu? Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows and replied, yes. That's right. The middle-aged man smiled and introduced himself. I'm the head innkeeper of this number 1 inn. Someone has already booked a room for young master a month ago. Oh, who booked it for me? Who knew she was coming here? And even booked an inn? I don't know. He only sent someone to tell young master's appearance and name. At the same time, he booked 2 sky rooms for young master. The middle-aged man smiled and looked at the innkeeper who was standing behind the counter in a daze. His face darkened. What are you doing? Didn't you say that the 2 sky rooms belonged to a red-robed young master? Why are you pushing away a guest? The innkeeper was stunned by the scolding. After a while, he came back to his senses and quickly said, Head innkeeper, I already received a red-robed young master. I asked him if his surname was Feng and his given name was Jiu. He said yes, then I personally brought him upstairs, so he did not know that there were 2 people called Fengjiu. A month ago, someone had booked 2 sky rooms for a man called Fengjiu and told them his features. He said that he was a 16 or 17-year-old young man with a handsome face and liked to wear red. The innkeeper thought it was the man from before and brought him upstairs. What? You received a guest? The head innkeeper was also stunned. He looked at Fengjiu and hesitated and asked, Young master, Fengjiu is called young master? Hearing the words of the 2, Fengjiu also knew what was going on, so she nodded. Her name is Fengjiu, but I don't know who booked the room for me. Could it be that someone booked the wrong room? She didn't know anyone here, so who would know that she was coming? Moreover, what made her curious was who directly admitted that it was Feng 9 who stayed in the inn. And the other party was wearing red robes, like her? This made her involuntarily recall the matter of the fake ghost doctor. However, in this place, no one knew her identity. It was probably just a coincidence. The head innkeeper hesitated and looked at the innkeeper. Go upstairs and ask that guest to come down and ask him. Mistaking a guest is not a small matter. Don't offend people. Yes. The innkeeper replied and wiped his cold sweat. He quickly went upstairs to invite the Sky Room guest. Chapter 866. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The head shopkeeper's expression didn't look too good either. What was the meaning of this? If the red-clothed young man in front of them was Fengjiu, then the one upstairs must be an imposter. But that person wasn't coming down. If the one called Fengjiu left, and the one upstairs stayed, if the person who booked the room found out about this, then the responsibility would fall on them. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Just as he was about to go upstairs himself, he heard the red-clothed young man's voice. "You're the head shopkeeper, right?" Fengjiu looked at the middle-aged man and revealed a smile. Yes, young master. You see, I'm really sorry. I'll go upstairs and take a look," he said apologetically and cupped his hands. Fengjiu smiled and said, "It's fine. I didn't book this room anyway. Also, I don't know who booked it. That person didn't leave a name or anything, and I don't want to owe them a favor. Since someone is staying here, then forget it. We'll find another inn to stay in. But if the person who booked the room can't find young master..." The head shopkeeper was a bit hesitant. Although he knew that it was good for them to back down, he was afraid that the person who booked the room would be angry. "It's fine. Let's leave it at that." She waved her hand and turned to leave. But at this time, something flew towards Lung Hua from the second floor. Lung Hua couldn't help but take a few steps back as he was hit by the hidden force of the heavy object. He let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lung Shuang quickly stepped forward to support him. His cold gaze shot towards the second floor. Fengjiu had already turned around and was about to take a step forward. However, when she heard movement behind her, she stopped and turned around. When she saw Lung Hua holding a small bag and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, she frowned. A trace of coldness flashed through her eyes as she looked towards the second floor. "My master said he wouldn't take advantage of you. Here are 500 gold coins. Take it and find somewhere else to live." On the second floor, a black-clothed woman raised her chin slightly and looked down at Fengjiu's trio with disdain. Seeing this scene, the two shopkeepers at the side frowned. They were also cultivators, so they could naturally see that the red-clothed young master downstairs, Fengjiu, did not have much cultivation. The man and woman beside him had even lower cultivation. One was only a martial grandmaster, while the other was only a beginner martial practitioner. However, the black-clothed woman standing on the second floor was only a follower, but her strength was already at the level of a great spirit master. Even if the three people downstairs were added together, they might not necessarily be her opponent. Knowing that they weren't a match for the woman upstairs, the head shopkeeper was just thinking about how to resolve the situation when he saw the red-robed young man slowly walk forward. Fengjiu came to Lung Hua's side and took the bag from him. He weighed in his hand and looked at the woman in black on the second floor. His lips curled into a smile. 500 gold coins? Isn't that too little?" Hearing this, the two shopkeepers were stunned. The woman in black on the second floor was even more disdainful. Chapter 867. Anyone who entered the number 1 and would not lack money. This red-robed young man had an extraordinary air about him. With one look, one could tell that he came from a good background. Perhaps he was the son of an aristocratic family, the prince of a small country, or perhaps he was a member of some sect. People like him were usually fighting for their dignity and not for money. Therefore, when they saw that the red-robed young man was complaining that the gold coins in his hand were too little, everyone had different expressions on their faces. They felt that they could not see through him and could not see who he was. The woman in black on the second floor scoffed and turned to leave. Not long after, she came back out again. This time, she was holding a bag that was even bigger than before and threw it at the red-robed young man. "My master said that since you think it's too little, I'll give you another 1,000 gold coins. Take the gold coins and get out of here." The woman in black's words were not polite at all. Her contemptuous expression carried a sense of superiority. With a flip of her hand, she threw the bag at Fengjiu. The bag was filled with hidden energy and it contained 1,000 gold coins. It was aimed at Fengjiu's heart, as if she wanted to use the weight of the gold coins to teach her a lesson. Most of the guests upstairs were from aristocratic families or great powers. Therefore, when they saw the bag of 1,000 gold coins flying out, they could see the hidden force behind the attack. However, no one made a move, no one helped, and no one stopped it. This kind of thing was too common. In a world where the strong ruled, the weak had to bow their heads and adapt if they wanted to survive. No one could help anyone. However, the red-robed young man's next move made some people's eyes flash with astonishment. They saw him reach out and catch the bag lightly. He then turned his hand inward to release the force and steadily caught the 1,000 gold coins. Those who knew the ropes could see that it was not easy to reach out to catch the bag and release the force. However, the young man had done it easily. It was obvious that he had some skills. Fengjiu took out a gold coin and held it between her index and middle finger. She raised her eyes to look at the woman in black. Her lips curled and a strange light flashed across her eyes. "This is your reward. Take it to buy medicine." As soon as her voice fell, the gold coin between her fingers flew towards the woman in black. It was so fast and powerful that the woman in black was unable to dodge it, nor was she able to dodge or block it. Yes, the woman let out a muffled groan. The gold coin hit her lower left abdomen, but it didn't penetrate her flesh and take her life. It only hit her body. The power contained in the gold coin hit the woman in black, and the gold coin fell to the ground with a clang. "How dare you!" the black-clothed woman shouted as she stared coldly at the red-clothed Fengjiu. Although she grunted after being hit, she did not even take a step back. She did not bleed, nor was she injured. It was as if she had been hit by a rock. In her eyes, it was not a big deal. All right. Miss Upstairs, don't be angry. Everyone should take a step back. Let's turn big things into small things, and small things into nothing." The shopkeeper was worried that they would fight and quickly came out to smooth things over. Fengjiu glanced at the people upstairs and curled her lips. She said to Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, "Let's go." "Yes," the two replied and left with her. Chapter 868. After leaving the first inn, Fengjiu brought Lung Shuang and Lung Hua to the west side of the city and checked into an inn there. After entering the room, she gestured to Lung Hua. "Lung Hua, sit down. I'll take a look at you." "Master, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury." He could only blame himself for not being strong enough to be injured. "Sit down." As she spoke, she sat down at the table and reached out to check his pulse. After a while, she withdrew her hand and said, "It's not very serious. Take some healing medicine and you'll be fine tomorrow." "Okay," he responded, revealing a happy smile. "Lung Shuang, go downstairs and ask the waiter to bring up some food and wine. We haven't eaten yet. It's almost noon." Hearing his master's words, Lung Shuang nodded. "Yes." Then he turned and walked out. "Master, we've earned 1,500 gold coins for nothing." Lung Hua smiled happily. It seemed that the person who lived in the sky room had a high status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given out gold coins so easily. "Yes, it's a waste not to take it. Although 1,500 gold coins isn't a lot, you could buy a lot of things with it," she said with a smile, took out the 2 bags of gold coins, and pushed the big bag of gold coins in front of him. "Take this. Buy whatever you want. If you follow me, you don't have to worry about not having enough money to spend." Hearing this, Lung Hua didn't refuse. He immediately took it and said happily, "Thank you, master." Not long after, Lung Shuang returned. As soon as he entered the room, Fengjiu handed him the bag of gold coins on the table. "This bag is for you." Hearing this, Lung Shuang said, "Master, I rarely use money. I don't need this much. Keep it, only when you need it." "Sister, just take it. Master just gave me the big bag of gold coins. I'll take it all," Lung Hua said with a smile, patting the bag of gold coins in front of him. Seeing this, Lung Shuang nodded and took the gold coins. At the same time, he thanked. "Thank you, master." Lung Hua also put the gold coins into his cosmos sack. After a while, the waiter knocked on the door and brought in the food. The 3 of them ate and chatted in the room. "Master, did you use a secret technique again?" Lung Hua bit into a piece of meat and asked with bright eyes. Hearing this, Fengjiu laughed. "Again, you can tell." "I couldn't tell, but I guessed," he said with a smile after swallowing the meat. With his master's personality, how could he not be protective? Moreover, he had thrown out a gold coin to buy medicine for that woman. It was definitely not simple. Fengjiu nodded and praised with a smile. Not bad. Not bad. Lunghua, you are indeed very careful and smart. You can guess that I played a trick when I casually threw out a gold coin. However, even if you know, those people don't. That woman won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. She laughed mischievously. I knew it. He proudly raised his head and smiled. Lung Shuang helped Feng Jiu pour wine. She, who was always quiet, quietly listened to them talk. There was a trace of gentleness in her eyes. Only when she was with the two of them would she show that kind of gentleness. Most of the time, she was as cold as an ice beauty and was full of killing intent. It made people shudder. Chapter 869. Feng Jiu nodded. There's still a month until the 3rd of March. Let's gather the information and wait. Lung Hua, accompany your brother and take a stroll around the Imperial City. See if there's anything you need to buy. Master, I don't have anything I need to buy. Let Ahua go, I'll stay at the inn. Feng Jiu smiled. What's there to guard in this inn? This is the Imperial City of the Yi country. It's more prosperous than any other city. See if there's any clothes, hair accessories, rouge, or anything you like. Buy them all and bring them back. As she spoke, her gaze swept over her body. She smiled and narrowed her eyes. You're the kind of person who amazes people at first glance. However, it's really a waste to wear black clothes all day without any rouge. And forget it. I'll accompany you tomorrow. I'll help you choose. Hearing this, Lung Hua looked at the two with a smile. These two were the most important people in his life. One was his master, and the other was his sister. They were the two people he valued the most. Master, I don't need to dress up. This is fine. Moreover, I like to wear black and don't like to wear clothes that are too eye-catching. Since she was young, she had learned how to hide her appearance and never learned how to show it. What's more, she was by her master's side to guard him. There was no need for her to dress up beautifully. On the contrary, the more inconspicuous she was, the better. So it's like this. She touched her chin and smiled. Then let's just stroll around the jewelry store like this, and it's settled. She picked up her chopsticks and ate, motioning for the other two to eat as well. After the meal, Feng Jiu motioned for the two to go back to their room to rest, while she flashed into the space. Seeing that the sleeping fire phoenix still hadn't woken up, she couldn't help but feel strange. It's been so long. Why hasn't she woken up yet? However, the aura of this ball of flame seems to have become stronger. She stared at the ball of flame that wrapped around the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix inside was like a baby in its mother's womb, hugging its legs and curling up as if it was asleep. Perhaps, when it wakes up again, it will break through and become a young man. She had a feeling that perhaps its infancy was about to pass. If it entered adulthood, its strength would increase by another level, and its pressure would be incomparable to its infancy. Thinking of this, she had a faint expectation in her heart. She didn't care that it was still in a deep sleep. Picking up the tools in her space, she walked to the empty space inside and started to plow the ground. She started to sow seeds, preparing to use the space to plant some spiritual herbs and fruits. The next day, after resting, the three of them went out together. They were in a good mood and planned to walk around and enjoy the scenery of the Imperial City. As for the three people in the first inn, it was a completely different scene. Why is it only you? The door of the heavenly room opened, and the red-clothed young master who had snatched the room yesterday walked out. His figure was slender, and his appearance was outstanding. If one looked closely, one could actually see that he was a beautiful woman disguised as a man. However, when the woman wore the red robe, it gave off an arrogant and haughty aura, destroying the beauty of the robe. She went to rest in the middle of the night and hasn't woken up yet. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man dressed in gray. He looked like a servant, but wasn't a servant. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't show any respect to the woman dressed as a man. Chapter 870. Lowly servant, are you the master, or am I the master? How dare you sleep until now? Her gloomy voice was filled with anger. As soon as she spoke, she pulled out a soft whip from her waist and lashed it towards the woman in black on the bed. The woman in black only wore her undergarments to sleep and had woken up a long time ago. However, she felt as if she had been injured somewhere in her body. Even breathing was painful, let alone getting up. When she heard the sound of the door being kicked open, She knew that her master was about to lose her temper again. Thus, she tried to get up. However, after trying twice, she still could not get up. She then saw her master stride in and lash the whip at her without saying a word. Whoosh! The sound of the whip sliced through the air, bringing with it a swift and fierce air current. With a slap, it landed on the woman on the bed. Only a blood-curdling scream was heard as a streak of blood appeared on the woman's white undergarments. It was clear to see how ruthless her master was and how merciless he was. "Master, master, please calm down." The woman screamed as she was swept to the ground by the whip. She fell to the ground and hugged the red-robed man's leg. Cold sweat seeped out from her forehead. Seeing this, the red-robed man was puzzled. He stared at the pale-faced woman on the ground and asked, "What happened to you?" No matter what, it was impossible for her to be unable to get up after being lashed by the whip, right? The gray-robed man who had followed her and stood by the door and watched silently. He had been sent by her family to protect her. As long as there was no fatal danger, he would not intervene. He had also watched the farce yesterday from the side. However, he had been standing by the back door at the time and did not pay much attention to the gold coin that the red-robed man had thrown at her. "Master, this servant is unable to breathe. I can't summon my spiritual power, and it's so painful that I can't get out of bed. It's not my intention to make you angry. Please forgive me, master. Please don't harm your body because of this servant." Even though she had been whipped, the woman's words were still very pleasant to hear. However, it was also because of this that the red-robed man's anger dissipated. After staring at the woman on the ground for a while, he said to the gray-robed middle-aged man behind him, "Help her see what's wrong." Hearing this, the gray-clothed middle-aged man glanced at the woman on the ground before walking forward. He squatted down and checked her pulse. With this check, he couldn't help but be startled, and his expression finally changed. If the meridians are injured, the flow of qi and blood will be blocked, and the circulation of qi will be obstructed. If it's light, he will be like a cripple, unable to cultivate and raise qi. If it's heavy, he will die after 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman on the ground turned pale and terrified. "Injured qi meridian? You were fine yesterday. How did you suddenly injure your meridians?" The red-clothed young master asked with a gloomy face. After this question, the woman on the ground finally remembered. Her expression was filled with anger and hatred. "It's that person from yesterday, that young man called Fengjiu who wears the same red robes as master. He must be the one who hurt this servant. Didn't you say that the person didn't go upstairs? How did he hurt you?" At this moment, the gray-clothed man standing to the side recalled, "Is it that gold coin?" At that time, he only heard a muffled groan, but didn't care. Who would have thought that the gold coin at that time would actually injure a great spirit master's qi meridian? That person's methods were quite good. Chapter 871. Yes, it was that gold coin. At that time, it hit my body and fell to the ground. It only hit me once, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect that person to hurt my meridians. Master, he didn't just hurt me, he also hurt Master's face. The woman on the ground said anxiously, hoping that her master could help her get revenge and not let that person have an easy time. If her meridians were hurt and could not be healed, then even if she lived, her life would be ruined. A single gold coin can hurt someone to this extent. The red-clothed man looked at the gray-clothed man and asked, "That's right. Meridians are the easiest to hurt, but they are also the hardest to hurt because they are limited by time. Every hour, the meridians are different. Even if you know which meridians are going at which time, you won't be able to hurt the meridians if you make a mistake. However, once it is hurt, it can't be healed by ordinary people." As he spoke, he looked at the woman on the ground and said, "Although that person hurt her meridians, it should be considered light. He didn't intend to take her life. However, if she can't be healed, she will be like an ordinary person who can't cultivate in the future. Find that person for me," the red-clothed man said in a gloomy voice. "He took my money and dared to hurt my people? He has guts. I'm afraid that will be difficult." The gray-clothed man said, "We aren't familiar with this place. It won't be easy to find someone in the Imperial City." Hearing this, the red-clothed man's face darkened. He flicked his sleeve and said, Then go to the mercenary market and issue a mission. I don't believe that I can't find that person." Hearing this, the gray-clothed man hesitated and said, "That person should have some background. I'm afraid that's not appropriate." "Not appropriate?" The red-clothed man said angrily. "If I don't vent my anger, I'll feel that it's inappropriate." With that, he walked out. Seeing this, the gray-clothed man glanced sharply at the woman on the ground and coldly turned around to leave. In the end, he really went to the mercenary market and issued a mission to find Fengjiu. As for the west side of the city, Fengjiu was eating at a small stall while Tunyan was lying on the ground beside him. As for Leng Shuang and Leng Hua, they had yet to return from gathering information. The mercenary guild in the imperial city was extremely well informed. It could be said that after the mission was issued, there were people who accepted it. Compared to outsiders, they knew better how to find a person in the imperial city. Thus, when the people from the mercenary guild saw the red-clothed youth eating at a stall in the west of the city, they sent someone back to deliver the news while they watched from a distance. With Fengjiu's sharp senses, she knew when those people had their eyes on her. However, who would have their eyes on her when she had just arrived at this place? Seeing that the other party did not show up, she did not mind. After eating, she sat down and drank a cup of tea, waiting for Leng Shuang and the others to come back. However, she never expected that the red-clothed young man would arrive before Leng Shuang and Leng Hua. A mercenary pointed at Fengjiu, who was sitting at the stall, and asked the red-clothed young man and the middle-aged man, "It's that young man, right?" The red-clothed young man had never seen Fengjiu before, so he looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at him and nodded, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the reward to the mercenary. Chapter 872. The young man in red walked forward. Before he could even get close to Fengjiu, the whip in his hand lashed out at Fengjiu. At the same time, he cursed, "What a blind thing!" Whoosh! Fengjiu immediately dodged the whip. He looked at the person in red and could not help but frown. He was not polite when he opened his mouth. "Crazy woman, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Fengjiu's words, the cross-dressing young man in red was furious. "How dare you be so arrogant after hurting my people? See how I'll deal with you." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled back her whip. At the same time, her spiritual power surged. With a whoosh, the whip lashed out again, aiming for Fengjiu's face. She felt that this young man was even prettier than her, and he was also wearing the same red robes as her. He was really an eyesore. Coupled with the anger in her heart, she wanted to destroy that handsome and flawless face. Upon hearing this and seeing the woman's red clothes, Fengjiu guessed that she was the person who had thrown money at him. However, he did not expect that the young man in red was also a woman in male disguise. However, there were too many flaws in her makeup. He could tell at a glance that she was a woman. With a whoosh, the whip lashed out with spiritual power. With a bang, it broke the small wooden table into two pieces. The couple in the stall was so shocked that they hugged each other and hid behind them. Tunyan, who was originally lying on the side, stood up when he saw this scene. The round little ball arched its body like a hedgehog, and all the hair on its body stood up. A pair of bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes stared at the arrogant woman in red. A low growl came from its mouth. It sounded like it came from its nose and throat. It sounded like the growl of a ferocious beast. The middle-aged man in gray who had followed behind them looked at Tunyan with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He could not tell what kind of beast this little pet was. Looking at its fluffy fur, it looked like a dog, but not a dog. It looked like a lion, but not a lion. "Bastard, Scram!" The red-dressed woman was enraged after Fengjiu dodged her attack. She vented her anger on the grinning Tunyan and lashed out with her whip. "No!" The middle-aged man shouted and stopped her from lashing the whip at the pet because he saw the bloodthirsty and ferocious look in the pet's eyes. That kind of light clearly belonged to an extremely ferocious beast. He was worried that if she lashed the whip at it, the little beast would attack. However, even though he opened his mouth to stop her, he was still too slow. At the same time the whip lashed out, the little beast let out a low growl and leaped up. Its round little body was as agile as a leopard at this moment. As it leaped into the air, it revealed its sharp claws and charged towards the woman. Ah! The woman cried out in pain. Her face paled, and she quickly retreated. However, Tunyun's claws had left a few bloody scratches on the back of her hand that was holding the whip. The scratches were so deep that the bone could be seen. When the middle-aged man saw the wounds on the back of the woman's hand, his entire aura turned gloomy. He immediately pulled the woman behind him to prevent the little beast from hurting her a second time. His sharp and cold gaze swept across the little beast that was baring its fangs and flashing its claws. He stared at the young man in red who was calmly watching the show and asked in a gloomy voice, "Do you not want your little pet anymore?" Chapter 873. Fengjiu crossed his arms and glanced at him. Then he glanced at the woman's bloody hand and sneered, "If you didn't provoke it, would it bite you? Kill him." The woman's face revealed a fierce expression. She took out medicine to bandage her wound and ordered the man in gray beside her. "TSK, TSK, do you really think the Imperial City is yours? Shouting and yelling in the streets and alleys. You're really shameless," Fengjiu said casually. Looking at the woman's furious expression, he curled his lips and revealed a mocking smile. "Even if I kill you, no one will dare to say anything." She simply bandaged the wound on her hand and pulled out her whip again, attacking Fengjiu. Seeing this, Fengjiu's eyes flashed and he coldly snorted, "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn." As soon as he finished speaking, the red figure dashed out and dodged the woman's whip. In an instant, he appeared behind the woman. With a flick of his hand, he snatched her whip and tore off the woman's red clothes. "These red clothes are really an eyesore when you wear them." "Ah!" The woman cried out in surprise when her clothes were ripped off, and she quickly retreated. The man in gray beside her saw this and was about to step forward, but he saw the little beast pounce at him with a low growl. He immediately flicked his sleeve and shouted, "Bastard, get lost!" A stream of air visible to the naked eye came out from his sleeve. When the people on the street and the shops on both sides of the street thought that the little beast would be swept out, they saw the little beast crouch down and leap towards the middle-aged man. Its sharp claws instantly scratched several bloody marks on the middle-aged man's shoulder. "Hiss!" The man in gray gasped and his eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly retreated a few steps and stared at the little beast with vigilance and shock. This was not an ordinary little beast. Could it be a sacred beast? But how could a sacred beast be so small? "Shio! Pa!" The whip whipped out with a sharp sound and landed on the woman's body. At the same time, a bloody mark appeared and a scream pierced through the sky. Ah! The woman's red clothes had been taken off, and she was only wearing her undergarments. At this moment, the burning pain on her body caused her entire face to contort. She stared at the red-clothed youth in panic and anger. "I'm from a Shangwan clan of first-class country. How dare you hurt me? I will exterminate your entire clan." At this point, she was still clamoring, completely unaware that her life was now in Fengjiu's hands. Moreover, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Even if she announced her family's name, it would be of no use. In truth, it wasn't completely useless. At the very least, some of the surrounding cultivators were secretly calculating after hearing the woman's words. Someone asked, "Is it the Shangwan clan, the aristocratic alchemist clan of first-class country?" "Not bad," the woman replied proudly. "This time my family sent me to participate in the pill appraisal convention. If any of you can help me kill this bastard, I'll make sure he doesn't have to worry about pills." Hearing this, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators lit up. It was a good opportunity to establish a relationship with the alchemy aristocrat. No matter what, they would definitely be able to obtain extraordinary pills. Chapter 874. Of course there is. Look, this is the identity medallion that all disciples of the Shangwan clan have. If I say I'm a member of the Shangwan clan, then I'm a member of the Shangwan clan. Who dares to pretend to be a member of the Shangwan clan? How about it? Who dares to take this job? Take his head from me. She arrogantly flashed her identity medallion and revealed her identity in front of everyone, all for the sake of taking Fengjiu's life. Furthermore, She was very confident that as long as her identity as a member of the Shangwan clan was exposed, even the strongest cultivator would want to establish a relationship with her. Xiao! A whip lashed out, and with a xiao sound, the crown that held her hair up fell to the ground. She hugged her head and cried out in alarm. Her ink-black hair fell loosely to the ground, revealing her feminine and delicate appearance. "Ah, you actually dare to attack me!" She cried out in alarm and glared angrily. She could not believe that someone would dare to attack her after hearing of her family's illustrious reputation. Shangwan clan? Feng Jiu raised her brows, and a wisp of light that others couldn't understand flowed in her clear eyes. She swung the whip in her hand, and it instantly swept out and coiled around the woman's waist with a slap, and then she pulled her over. The woman was stunned. Before she could react, Feng Jiu had already hugged her waist in a teasing manner. He even used the hand holding the whip to gently lift her chin. "You're really from the Shangwan clan?" He lifted her chin and looked at her, then leaned close to her ear and slowly said, "Even if you're from the Shangwan clan, you shouldn't provoke me. Do you understand?" She was stunned. Her entire body was dazed, and she did not know how to react. She had always been arrogant, and no one had ever dared to approach her like this. Suddenly being hugged by a man like this, and even speaking to her ear, she only felt her mind explode and go blank. "Young Miss Shangwan, I'm a Foundation Establishment rogue cultivator. Today, I'll help young Miss Shangwan vent your anger and teach this arrogant youth a lesson." A figure rushed out from the crowd. With a twist of the sharp sword in his hand, he attacked Feng Jiu with killing intent. Although he said he was teaching this youth a lesson, anyone could tell that this person was going to kill him. Feng Jiu coldly glanced at that person, then directly pushed the woman away. At the same time, he pulled back his whip and lashed it towards that person's lower body. With a xiao sound, the whip wrapped around his leg, and with a pa sound, the person holding the sword. Feng Jiu sneered. "You dare to come forward with such little skill? You really don't know death." "Pa!" With that, the whip in her hand lashed out viciously at the male cultivator. She would teach these kinds of people a lesson whenever she saw one. Hiss! "Ah!" Before the man had time to get up, he saw the whip lashing at him. The hidden force on the whip scratched his clothes, and the whip hit his flesh. He felt his flesh split open, and the pain made it hard for him to breathe. "Stop, young. Please spare my life. Please spare my life." Seeing the Foundation Establishment cultivator begging for mercy on the ground after being whipped, the restless cultivator's eyes flashed, and their gazes fell on the red-clothed youth wielding the whip. Every lash of the whip contained visible spiritual power. They were almost certain that every time the whip landed, the cultivator's skin would be split open. Furthermore, a Foundation Establishment cultivator was actually unable to resist in front of this youth. It was clear that this youth was hiding his strength. Chapter 875. The woman from the Shangwan clan was stunned. Seeing that a Foundation Establishment cultivator wasn't a match for the youth, she couldn't help but be flabbergasted and retreat step by step. She was certain that the youth was hiding his cultivation. However, no matter how outstanding the youth's strength was, he couldn't have easily beaten a Foundation Establishment cultivator to the point where she couldn't dodge or get up, right? Could it be that this youth wasn't a youth at all, but an old monster? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She looked at the gray-robed, middle-aged man and saw that he had been beaten into a sorry state by a small beast. His body was even covered in blood. "You want to leave?" Feng Jiu glanced at the woman from the corner of his eye, wanting to leave. He curled his lips and attacked her with his whip. However, he didn't manage to touch the woman this time, because the whip was caught by a gray-robed old man who suddenly appeared. "Since you've already vented your anger, you should stop." The gray-robed old man held the whip, preventing Feng Jiu from hitting the woman again. Third elder. When she saw the old man, a trace of fear appeared in the woman's eyes. She restrained her arrogance and stood respectfully behind the old man, not daring to move. When the gray-robed man saw the old man, his heart sank. He quickly withdrew his hand and retreated behind the old man. "Greetings, third elder." "Humph." The old man harumphed. His sharp gaze swept past the woman and landed on the middle-aged man. I told you to follow me, and you follow me like this? She's not sensible, and you're not sensible either? How absurd. The two were scolded, but they didn't dare to retort. They could only lower their heads and listen. When Fengjiu saw this, his eyes flickered. He sized up the old man and saw that he was a nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, from their words, it seemed that this old man was an elder of the Shangguan clan. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Feng. The old man shouted at the two people standing behind him. Third elder, you clearly. That woman was unwilling to accept this. But before she could finish her words, she met that pair of stern eyes. She could not help but lower her head and swallow the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She looked at Fengjiu and gritted her teeth. I'm sorry, young Master Feng. Please forgive our rudeness. The gray-clothed man stepped forward and bowed. He did not dare to disobey the third elder's words. Excuse me, young master. The old man nodded slightly and said to Fengjiu. Seeing this, Fengjiu did not say anything. He raised his hand and threw the whip back. All right, this young master is magnanimous and will not bicker with a lowly person. She turned around and walked over to the stall. She gave the couple 2 gold coins as compensation for the broken table and asked them to bring another pot of tea. Only then did she call Tunyon back. She walked over to the unbroken table and sat down. You two go back first. The old man turned around and said to the two of them, indicating for them to leave first. Yes. The two of them didn't dare to say anything else. After answering, they returned to the inn. After the two of them left, the old man stepped forward and came to Fengjiu's table. He looked at his handsome face and asked with a smile, Young Master Feng, may this old man sit down? Fengjiu glanced at him and asked, What do you want? This old man looked at her with a strange gaze. Chapter 876. She watched as the old man sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, then put it down and looked at her. She sharply noticed that his gaze seemed to be probing. May I know which country young Master Feng is from? The surname Feng is really quite special and rare. The old man looked at Fengjiu and asked with a smile. However, he paused for a moment and laughed again. Ha ha, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shangguan Dezheng, the third elder of the Shangguan family. Hearing this, Fengjiu's heart skipped a beat. She said, I'm from the Phoenix dynasty. Indeed, there are very few people with the surname Feng. Even in our country, only our bloodline has the surname Feng. Oh, Phoenix dynasty? May I ask, what rank is it? 9th rank. She continued. More than a year ago, it was called the Glorious Sun Country. The old man's expression changed when he heard this. He looked at Fengjiu with a strange gaze. I see. Due to the difference in rank and distance between countries, he did not know much about some dynasties. In fact, he had never even heard of them, especially when there were too many 9th rank countries. Young Master Feng is also here to participate in the Pill Appraisal Convention on the 3rd of March. Could it be that young Master Feng is also an alchemist? He asked casually while stroking his beard. She took a sip of tea and said casually, As far as I know, the Pill Appraisal Convention of the country's imperial city doesn't stipulate that only alchemists can participate. On the contrary, as long as one has a pill in hand, they can participate. That's right. The Pill Appraisal Convention is to appraise pills, not to select an alchemist. It's also not a competition between alchemists. Therefore, as long as the quality of the pill is outstanding, anyone can participate. Speaking of this, he smiled and continued, I believe young Master Feng also knows that our Shangguan family is an alchemy family. In fact, this time I secretly followed you here not only to make sure the juniors don't cause trouble, but also to recruit some talented alchemists. If young Master Feng is an alchemist, you can come to our Shangguan family to give a try. Fengjiu smiled faintly, but did not say anything. The old man didn't say anything else when he saw this. Instead, he sat for a while and chatted for a while before standing up and taking his leave. Fengjiu supported her cheek with one hand and tapped the table with the other. A faint light flashed through her clear eyes as she looked in the direction that the old man left. No one knew what she was thinking. Master, Lung Shuang and Lung Hua quickly walked back. They rushed back because they heard that there was a fight here. But when they saw that their master was fine, they felt relieved. "You're back." She glanced at the two of them and asked, "How did the investigation go?" "Master, many people from other countries have come to the Pill Appraisal Convention in the Yi country's imperial city. Some of them are from aristocratic families and imperial families from first-tier countries. We heard that among the alchemists who will be appraising pills, aside from the alchemists sent by the Shangwan family from a first-tier country, there is also the Tianji elder's disciple, young Master Imo Chun." Lung Hua paused for a moment before continuing. "The Pill Appraisal Convention will be held at the Pill Appraisal Hall. Aside from status, those who wish to enter must also have at least a third-tier pill in hand. Those with pills below the third tier cannot enter, and the security will be extremely tight." Also, Chapter 877. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly stunned. How come I didn't know about this? Someone had already spread the news about something that even she didn't know about? Who knew that she would be participating in the Pill Appraisal Convention? Although she was here, she didn't plan to use her identity as the Ghost Doctor. Now, there was news that the Ghost Doctor would be participating, so instead of saying that everyone is here for the Pill Appraisal Convention, it's more accurate to say that they're here for the Ghost Doctor. Especially after the Ghost Doctor's latest beauty pill was auctioned off at an astronomical price in Qing Tung Black Market, the various powers have become even more interested in the Ghost Doctor. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. Even the beauty pill is known about? Who won the auction for the beauty pill in the end? It was a princess from a first-class country's imperial family. After winning the auction, she presented it to her mother. It said that the imperial concubine was originally neglected and not favored, but after taking the beauty pill, her beauty returned to that of a young girl. She was in the limelight for a while and regained the king's favor. Now, women from various countries have their eyes on the beauty pill. Some have even asked around for the Ghost Doctor's whereabouts and found the black market. However, the black market is very secretive about the Ghost Doctor's identity. I didn't expect that the black market's president would have the ability to let people from a first-class country know about the beauty pill being auctioned off in a sixth-tier country. He even made a name for himself. His efficiency is not bad. She smiled as she spoke. Feeling that this wasn't the place to talk, she decided to pay for the tea and return to the inn with them. "Sir, you don't have to pay anymore. It's enough, it's enough." Seeing that Feng Jiu was about to pay, the couple at the stall hurriedly stopped him. Feng Jiu smiled and tossed out a silver coin. "This is the money for the tea. Take it." With that, he led them back. After returning to the inn, the two men told her everything they heard. In the end, Lung Hua said, "Mistress, the person who booked the room should be that Sir Imo Chun. We passed by the number 1 inn on our way back and happened to hear the innkeeper mention it. Then it should be him. He was the one who told me about the Pill Appraisal Convention. At that time, I didn't accept his invitation, so I think he guessed that I would still come." She smiled, thinking that this Imo Chun was really strange. Did he treat her differently just because of a few words? However, she always felt that he didn't make it clear when he said those things. He was probably still holding back, as if there was something she didn't know. Lung Hua couldn't help asking, "Mistress, who will be participating in the Pill Appraisal Convention? Feng Jiu's identity is enough. As for the identity of the Ghost Doctor, let them wait." She instructed, "Mistress Yun's this place. As much as possible, stay in cest you tutes. There are too many people here. It's easy to get into trouble." "Mistress." They had already prepared everything they needed, so they really didn't need to go out much recently. Moreover, they went out to ask around today and found that there were really many people from other countries. Those people from the first and second-class countries were so arrogant that no one dared to provoke them. They could be found everywhere, teaching people a lesson at the slightest provocation. Knock, 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 knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door. When the three people in the room heard the sound, they looked at each other. Feng Jiu gestured and Lung Hua walked up to the inner door to inquire. Chapter 878. Is Master Feng inside? This dude has come to pay his respects. The voice from outside sounded like a middle-aged man. Lung Hua looked back at Feng Jiu. Seeing her nod, he opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, he saw 3 people standing outside. One of them was a middle-aged man, while the other 2 were old. "Who are you?" Lung Hua stood by the door and asked. "We're from a black market," the middle-aged man answered, looking inside with a hint of excitement. Hearing that they were from the black market, Lung Hua was startled. Then he heard his master's voice from inside. "Let them in. Please come in." Lung Hua turned slightly and invited the 3 people in. At this time, Lung Shuang walked out of the room and stood guard outside. Seeing this, Lung Hua followed the 3 people in and stood behind his master. "Master Feng, I'm the president of the black market. My surname is Du. These 2 are the elders of the black market. When we heard that Master Feng was here, we specially came to pay our respects." As the middle-aged man spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed to the youth sitting at the table. "You knew that I was here?" Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and looked at the 3. "You know who I am?" Hearing this, the 3 people's eyes flashed. "Master Feng is the holder of the Black Order in our black market. All the higher-ups of the black market know Master Feng's identity. Since you know, don't you know that there are many pairs of eyes watching? You came here to see me. Are you deliberately causing trouble for me?" Her voice was cold, and there was a trace of displeasure on her face. Hearing this, the 3 of them hurriedly said, "We don't dare to cause trouble for young master. We came here to avoid being noticed by others. Young master, don't worry, no one will notice. However, other than visiting young master today, we also have something to report to young master." Feng Jiu glanced at them and said, "Speak." Recently, due to the sky-high price of the beauty pill, it has attracted the attention of many forces. Many forces are already looking for the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. Because the ghost doctor once removed her mask in the Enchanting kingdom, many people have seen her appearance. According to what we know, some forces already have a portrait of the ghost doctor. Hearing this, she gently tapped her hand on the table, making a knocking sound. She asked casually, "In other words, my identity is about to be exposed?" As for the exposure of the ghost doctor's identity, it wasn't that she hadn't thought about it. After all, when she had taken off her mask back then, she had already expected this to happen. However, the power of the black market was still very strong. After concealing this news for so long, it was about time. Yes, someone from a first-class country is involved in the investigation. We can't hide this for long. It doesn't matter if it's exposed. Just make sure that no one dares to touch my country." She stared at the president of the black market and said. Hearing this, the president of the black market smiled. "Don't worry, Master Feng. With the protection of the black market, even a first-class country wouldn't dare to offend you." Feng Jiu glanced at the 3 of them and asked, "Where did the news of the ghost doctor participating in the pill appraisal convention come from?" "The news didn't come from the black market. We're currently investigating. However, it's very likely that it came from the Eat Kingdom's imperial family." Chapter 879. They chatted in the room for about an hour before leaving. Perhaps it was just as they said. They came in a low-key manner and did not attract the attention of other forces. Therefore, no one came to disturb Feng Jiu during this period of time. In the following period of time, the 3 of them rarely left the inn. When Feng Jiu and Lung Hua were practicing, Lung Shuang was responsible for guarding them and not allowing anyone to disturb them. She was now a great martial mentor and a monk at the peak of the Black Realm. She only needed an opportunity to enter the martial Grandmaster realm. Her master had given her a bottle of potion that could help her break through. However, she did not want to break through during this period of time because she had not been in the peak stage for long. Therefore, she listened to her master and waited until everything was ready. Lung Hua devoted himself to practicing and practiced whenever he had time. With the help of the potion, his progress was great. As for Feng Jiu, when he was practicing in the space, he did not forget to turn over the soil, plant the herbs, and water the plants. Time passed quickly. Finally, it was the 3rd day of March. For the various forces in the imperial city, this day was exciting and anticipated. For the common people who only wanted 3 meals a day, this day was livelier than usual. Feng Jiu and the other 2 went to the alchemy hall early in the morning. When they arrived, there was already a long queue. The 3 of them did not line up. Instead, they entered through the back door with a token given to them by the black market president. After entering, they saw that the interior of the alchemy hall was very large and could accommodate nearly 1,000 people. The alchemy appraisal platform was about 1 meter above the ground. In addition to the seats in the hall, there were also 10 VIP rooms. Because there were so many people, no one noticed Fengjiu and the other two. They all found their seats according to the tokens in their hands and sat down, waiting for the alchemy appraisal convention to begin. After some of them sat down, they began to talk. I heard that the ghost doctor will be here too. Moreover, the number 1 heaven room was specially reserved for him. I heard that he is just a young man. That's incredible. Besides being a pharmacist, he is also an alchemist. That's right. Comparisons are odious. I heard that many powers have come for the ghost doctor today. Among them, there are many powers from first-class countries. It seems that even the royal family has come. Other than the first room, there is one room that belongs to the royal family of our country. The other 8 rooms are all occupied by people from first-class countries. That's normal. Even if it's just a family from a first-class country, their status is still extraordinary. Look, the pill appraisers today are all heavyweights. Other than the Shengwan family's elder, there's also Elder Tianji's disciple, a pill saint, and they entered through the back door and went upstairs directly from the back, almost avoiding the people downstairs. Therefore, when the 3 of them walked into Sky Room number 1, many people still didn't know that there was someone in the room. However, when some of the people who were paying attention saw Fengjiu and the other 2 enter Room 1, their eyes lit up. Some of them even took out a portrait and compared it on the spot. The portrait of the ghost doctor could be said to have been obtained by these powers first, and the red-robed young man from earlier looked exactly like the person in the portrait. It's him, right? A middle-aged man whispered to the old man beside him. Yes, there should be no mistake. The old man nodded. Chapter 880. The old man nodded and turned to enter the room to report to the people inside. At the same time, the other people who had arrived earlier also noticed and reported to their masters. Hence, before the pill appraisal convention had even begun, there were already people knocking on the door to pay their respects. Unfortunately, Fengjiu did not even give them the chance to step into the room. She sat in the room and ate some tea and snacks. Then, she walked around the room and finally laid down on a soft couch. Through a small slit in the window, she looked down at the crowd below. When her gaze landed on the immortal-like figure who was walking up to the pill appraisal stage, Mo Chun seemed to sense it and looked over at her. However, when he saw the location of the room, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He had expected her to come, but he did not expect her to be the ghost doctor. However, when he thought about her medical skills, he understood. As the host announced the start of the pill appraisal convention, people began to present their pills for evaluation. Seeing that the pill appraisal convention had already begun, Lung Hua could not help but look at Fengjiu. Master, I don't think we've presented our pills yet. There's no hurry. Let's wait and see. The main event is coming up. She curled her lips into a smile and calmly watched the pill appraisal convention. After about 2 hours, only one pill was left on the stage for evaluation. Hence, the host raised his voice and asked, "Is there anyone else whose pill is comparable to this level 4 vitality pill?" The hall was very quiet because everyone in the hall had already brought their pills up for evaluation. Only the last pill was of the highest grade and the best quality. There is. The voice came from the heavenly room. When the owner of the level 4 vitality pill heard that voice, his heart could not help but skip a beat. Even though he knew that this pill appraisal convention would not be so simple, he could not help but look forward to it. After all, this was a chance to make a name for himself. As long as he showed his face here, he would be famous in all the countries. His status would also rise with the tide. Even some powerful cultivators would have to treat him with respect. However, he knew that in addition to the alchemists and forces of various countries, the ghost doctor, who had recently become famous everywhere, had also come. When it came to the ghost doctor, it really made people respect and hate him. They respected him for his superb medical skills, his talent, and his ability to refine medicine and pills. They hated him for stealing their limelight and cutting off their chance to stand out. The guard of the heavenly room came forward with a tray and placed the pills on the appraisal platform. This is a level 4 spirit congealing pill. Then, he retreated to the side. The appraisers looked at them one by one. After comparing them, they whispered a few words. In the end, the level 4 vitality pill was defeated. Then, the people of the heavenly room took out their pills to compete. Some of them were defeated, and then they took out better ones. Another 2 hours passed in a row. The people of the 9 rooms, heavenly room, all took out their pills for appraisal and competition. Even the black market from first-class country also took out their pills. But at this time, the heavenly room one was still quiet, without any movement. Could it be that the ghost doctor saw that the level of the pill was too high and retreated? For a moment, everyone had doubts in their hearts. Until, after several fierce competitions, the Shangwan family from a first-class country took the lead with a level 5 pill. Chapter 881. The first heaven room presents the 5 elemental pill for the competition. A middle-aged man who was hosting the competition raised his voice after reading the information in his hands. There was a faint trace of excitement in his voice, as if he was afraid that the people around him could not hear him clearly. His voice was laced with spiritual energy, so the moment he spoke, it was clearly heard by the thousands of people around him. 5 elemental pill? What kind of pill is that? I've never heard of it. What 5 elemental pill? Why didn't they report the pill's grade? I've been refining pills for so long, but I've never heard of any 5 elemental pill. First heaven room. Wasn't it said to be the ghost doctor? Does that mean that the ghost doctor is really here? If it's the ghost doctor's pill, it probably won't be simple either. That's right, from his medicine to the beauty, nourishing pill, none of his pills are ordinary. Furthermore, it's said that his items all have a mark, so no one can fake them. I wonder what effects this 5 elemental pill has. I've never heard of this pill before. In an instant, there were endless discussions, all trying to guess what kind of pill the 5 elemental pill was, trying to guess what kind of person the ghost doctor was. Some of them stared at the pill appraisal platform, while others stared at the first heaven room. The atmosphere had become even more expectant after the first heaven room presented the pill. Compared to the confusion of the others, the pill appraiser's expressions changed slightly, and a strange look flashed across their eyes. Especially the third elder of the Shangwan family, who was looking at the woman in black who presented the pill. He was even more astonished. Was it that red-robed youth that you've called Fengjiu? He was the ghost doctor? Long Shuang placed the pill on the pill appraisal platform and said, "This is the 5 elemental pill, a pill that can allow an ordinary person without spiritual roots to develop spiritual roots after eating it." After saying that, she retreated to the side. However, when she said that a person without spiritual roots could develop spiritual roots after eating it, the entire pill appraisal hall went into an uproar. Did I hear wrongly? A person without spiritual roots can develop spiritual roots after eating it? Is this true? Isn't this too heaven-defying? I've never heard of a person without spiritual roots having the chance to cultivate. If what she said is true, then the value of this pill is really incredible. That's right. This is a medicinal pill that can change a person's life. It's too heaven-defying. Everyone was talking at once. The whole scene was as lively as a market. What demeanor, what calmness. All of that was thrown to the back of their minds. Even the people in the heavenly room were the same. After hearing those words, they were shocked and stood up one after another. There was actually such a heaven-defying pill in this world. While the crowd was engaged in a heated discussion, the appraisers at the pill appraisal table weren't idling around either. After examining the pill, they passed it to another. They used a pair of tweezers to hold the pill in their hands, examining it from its color to its smell to its veins. Young Master Imo-chun, what do you think? The third elder of the Shangwan clan looked at the white-robed Imo-chun beside him and asked gently. When the others heard this, their gazes also fell on the two of them. I've heard of the 5 elements pill before. It's an ancient pill recipe, but it's been lost for many years. I just didn't expect to see a 5 elements pill again today. Chapter 882. His meaning was clear. In other words, this 5 elemental pill belonged to Dan Wang, the champion of today's competition. The other appraisers nodded at his words, indicating that they had no objections because that was indeed the case. They were more experienced than everyone else here, so they had heard of this 5-elemental pill before. What was different was that they had only heard of it in the past, but today they witnessed it with their own eyes. No matter how they looked at it, this 5-elemental pill was the best out of all the other pills here today. Naturally, it was widely expected to win the competition. And so, this pill appraisal convention that lasted for several hours came to an end after Fengjiu presented his 5-elemental pill. Without a doubt, she took first place. When Long Shuang returned with the pill and the prizes, he was followed by a few people. The appraisers, including Mo Chun, followed him to the door. After Long Shuang entered, they waited outside the door. Inside the room, Fengjiu put away the pill and looked at the prizes. Apart from 3 extremely rare spirit egg fruits, there were also 2 bags of precious spirit herb seeds, several priceless herbs, and a 500-year-old ginseng. There are quite a lot of prizes. Some of these things can't be bought outside, even if you have the money. She looked at the prizes before finally putting them away. Master, the appraisers are waiting outside. They would like to see you, Long Shuang said, looking at her joyful face. Fengjiu took a sip of tea, then said, "Let them in." Yes. Long Shuang walked to the door and opened it. However, when the door opened, there were obviously more people inside. Seeing this, she turned to the appraisers and said, "My master invites you in." The appraisers couldn't help but smile at this. Meanwhile, the others behind them had different expressions on their faces. Someone asked, "Miss, please help us inform our master that we would also like to pay the ghost doctor a visit." "My apologies, my master is very busy." Having said that, he invited the appraisers into his room and closed the door behind him, completely ignoring their stiff expressions. Out of the 4 appraisers, Fengjiu recognized 2 of them. When the Shangguan family's 3rd elder saw that it was indeed Fengjiu in the room, the smile on his face deepened. He stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Young Master Feng, we meet again. Please take a seat." Fengjiu nodded and invited them to sit. Mo Chun sat beside her. When he saw her half-smiling gaze fall on him, he calmly shifted his gaze away. The other 2 appraisers were also from a Tier 1 country. After meeting Fengjiu, they introduced themselves and asked if Fengjiu was interested in developing in their countries. Fengjiu chatted with them for about an hour before she said to them, "The pill appraisal convention has ended and I should be leaving in the next 2 days. If fate allows it in the future, I'll treat all of you to a drink." Hearing this, the appraisers understood what she meant. They stood up and bid her farewell. When they stepped out, they saw that the others were still surrounding them, so they left on their own accord. Inside the room, Fengjiu looked at Mo Chun, who was sitting there motionlessly, and asked, "You're not leaving? It's not the first time we've met. Why are you being so distant?" Mo Chun replied gently. His gaze fell on her face as he asked, "When are you going back? I'll go with you." Chapter 883. From what you're saying, it sounds like you don't want me to go to the academy. His voice was calm, and his tone was gentle but cold. How could that be? Whether you go or not, it doesn't really matter to me." She stood up as she spoke and dusted off her robes. She looked at him and said, "I'm currently staying at an inn in the west of the city. Now that the pill appraisal convention has ended, I said that I'd be leaving in 2 days, but I plan to leave now. Do you really want to come along? Then hurry back and pack your things. I'm wearing light clothes." He stood up as well. "However, I don't think we can leave now. Other than the imperial family of a country, there are also people from a Tier 1 country waiting outside. That's easy. We'll leave through the window." She gestured to the window on the side. The window at the back faces the back of the pill appraisal hall. There's no one there. As she spoke, she led Lung Hua and Long Shuang to the window and left through the back. Seeing this, Mo Chin's lips curled up imperceptibly. He found it amusing and left through the window with her. Outside the room, the people waiting outside waited for a long time, but no one came out. Thinking that young Master Mo Chun had not come out after entering the room, they asked, "They're still inside, right? They shouldn't have left, right? This room doesn't have a back door. They should still be inside, right? It's true that this room doesn't have a back door, but there's a back window. They couldn't have left through the window to avoid us, right?" This person's words stunned everyone. They found it unbelievable. Wasn't leaving through the window a little too degrading? However, it was said that the ghost doctor had a strange personality. She might do things that they wouldn't. Hence, when there was no response after knocking on the door, someone pushed the door open and entered. The room was empty, and there wasn't even a shadow in sight. However, the window at the back was open. Did they really leave through the window? Everyone was stunned and in disbelief. Without giving anyone time to react, Feng Jiu and the others returned to the inn and brought Tunyon along. They left the imperial city and headed back, but when everyone heard the news and rushed to the inn, they were still a step too late. They still didn't see her. On the mountain path, they rested on the grass after walking for a while. Feng Jiu sat cross-legged and looked at Mo Chun, who was sitting beside her. She smiled and asked, "If you leave with me, will they say that you're with me? That you're colluding with each other to take the prize?" Hearing this, Mo Chun looked at her, and instead of answering, she asked, "Were you really the one who refined the 5-elemental pill?" "Of course I refined it. Where else would I have gotten it? If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to do it. But she could always make the impossible possible." "Master, have some pastries to fill your stomach." Lung Hua took out a box of pastries and placed it in front of the two. He smiled at Mo Chun and said, "Master, have some too. You won't be hungry on the way." "When did you buy these? How come I didn't know?" Feng Jiu's eyes lit up. She took a piece and ate it while saying to Mo Chun, "Don't be shy. Help yourself." Chapter 884. Lung Hua, no wonder my father told me to bring you wherever I go. I really don't have to worry about what you do. Cultivate well, and when I go to the Empire in the future, I'll bring you and your sister along. You'll be my housekeeper then." She smiled and narrowed her eyes. Hearing this, Lung Hua was delighted. He immediately replied, "Don't worry, master. I'll definitely cultivate well." Mo Chun ate the pastries elegantly. It was as if he wasn't in the wilderness, but in a luxurious hall. He sat upright and slowly tasted the pastries. When he heard their conversation, he didn't even raise his eyes as he said, "Before you reach the nascent soul stage, I don't recommend you go to the Empire. Before you reach the nascent soul stage, I don't recommend you go to the Empire." Feng Jiu's eyes flickered. She heard these words again. Originally, these words were said by Xinyuan Mose. He told her not to go to the Empire before she reached the nascent soul stage. And now, Mo Chun actually said the same thing. Could it be that the people in the Empire were really that strong? That terrifying? Could it be that the people there are all above the nascent soul stage? She couldn't help but ask. In that place, even the waiters at the inns are great spiritual masters. Golden core cultivators can be seen everywhere. Moreover, if you don't agree with them, the most direct way to deal with them is to fight. After eating 2 pastries, he wiped the corners of his mouth and continued. Without the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, and without the protection of a powerful force, you'll have to tuck your tail between your legs. Feng Jiu was silent. She was now at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. She had set a goal for herself, which was to reach the golden core stage within a year. However, when she returned to the academy, she still had to participate in the ranking competition. She reckoned that she wouldn't have enough time. As for reaching the nascent soul stage, she didn't need to think about it for the next 2 years. She and Xinyuan Mose had agreed on a 10-year time limit. However, she only planned to reach the nascent soul stage within 5 years. Now, more than a year had passed. Perhaps because the topic was too heavy, the two sat down and didn't talk about it again. After resting for a while, Feng Jiu looked at the sky and directly took out the flying ship. She said to the 3 of them, "Let's get on the ship. The speed will be faster, and you can also rest on the boat." And Mo Chun glanced at the luxurious spaceship and then glanced at her. His gaze seemed to be saying, "Why didn't you take it out earlier?" Feng Jiu was speechless. Sitting on the flying ship, he burned his spirit stones and headed towards Enchanting Kingdom. On the other side, after third elder of Shangguan clan in the imperial city of City learned that Feng Jiu and the others had left, he also left with his subordinates. He planned to send someone to investigate Feng Jiu's identity after returning to the clan. He wanted to know, other than his identity as the ghost doctor, was there any other relationship with the Feng family? After about half a month's time, Feng Jiu and the rest returned to Qingting Kingdom. After arriving at Qingting Kingdom, she kept the flying ship and said to Mo Chun, "We've arrived at the border here. I still have things to do, so I won't be returning to the academy with you." Mo Chun glanced at her and nodded. She didn't even say a word before leaving on her sword. After she left, Feng Jiu brought Lung Shuang and the rest of the manor, planning to pick up Lao Bai and return to the academy. As soon as they arrived at the manor, they were greeted by 8 Phoenix Guards. "Master, you're finally back." Chapter 885. The assessment is finally out. I heard my father mention it when I went back for the new year. However, the 7th class is only temporary. I believe that it won't be long before the country's strength can be improved again. She smiled, and her words were full of confidence. "That's for sure." The 8 of them smiled and replied. Feng Jiu glanced around, but did not see Xiang Hua and Bai Xiao. He asked, "Where are the 2 of them?" Bai Xiao and Du Fan are at the back of the mountain. Xiang Hua went out on a mission 2 days ago and hasn't returned yet. However, he should be back today. As Luo Yu spoke, he told her about the missions they had received these days and the improvement of their strength. "Master, we have all entered the martial arts grandmaster level. Since we took on a mission, there is nothing we can't complete." Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. "Don't be too proud. This is only the Qingting Kingdom. The strength of a martial arts grandmaster is not strong. You have to be careful when you are outside. All right, I will go and rest first. I will return to the academy tomorrow morning. Lung Shuang and Lung Hua will stay here. Look for me if you need anything." "Yes," everyone replied. After watching her leave, they surrounded Lung Shuang and Lung Hua and asked them questions. Especially after they found out that Lung Hua had a water spirit root. They were very curious. However, in the evening, before the sky was completely dark, Du Fan, Luo Yu, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They hurried to the courtyard where she lived. "Master, something happened." In the room, Feng Jiu had just woken up for a while. After hearing the anxious voices outside, she opened the door and walked out. Seeing the sorrowful and angry expressions on their faces, her heart couldn't help but sink. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that some of them didn't look right. "Master, Xiang Hua, he is dead." As Luo Yu spoke, he lowered his head in grief. Although they had not known Xiang Hua for long, they worked together and went on missions together. However, who knew that he would mysteriously die after taking on a mission? Feng Jiu, who was about to ask where they had been, heard this. Feng Jiu's heart sank. "Dead? How'd he die? How did you know? Where did you get the news?" As a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage, how could he die so easily? She had never thought that they would suddenly tell her that Xiang Hua was dead. Du Fan took a deep breath and said in a pained voice, "Someone activated the array and hung his body outside our manor. Let's go out and check." When they went outside, they didn't see anyone else. They only saw Xiang Hua's body hanging on a tree not far away. When they saw his body, they couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that Xiang Hua, who had been drinking and laughing with him 2 days ago, had died just like that. "Where's the corpse?" Her face was dark, and her eyes were cold. "It's in the front yard," everyone said and led her to the front yard. When they came to the front yard, Feng Jiu did not touch Xiang Hua's body. Instead, she stood a step away and looked at him. Seeing that the person lying on the ground had no breath and his body was stiff, her hands were tightly clenched into fists, and her heart was full of killing intent. She raised her eyes and glanced at them. Du Fan, Luo Yu, Fan Lin, Minnie, and Fong Chung. "Did you all touch Xiang Hua's body?" Chapter 886. His body was sprinkled with a colorless and odorless poison. "You guys should have touched him, right?" She stared at them and saw their faces change. "Yes, we all moved the body in to check, but I didn't find any poison," Fan Lin said with a serious expression. Because he was the one who knew medicine, when he saw Xiang Hua's body, the others helped to lift it up while he was responsible for checking, but he didn't expect. Feng Jiu glanced at them. First, she took Fan Lin's pulse to check what kind of poison he was poisoned with. However, this check made her heart sink, because it was not an ordinary poison. This poison was not only colorless and odorless, but it was also slow to take effect. Before it took effect, it was impossible to detect. If she didn't see a dark red color under their eyes, she really wouldn't have known that they were poisoned. Taking back her hand, she didn't speak, but took out a thin glove and a mask from her space. She couldn't detect it on their bodies, but it could be detected on Xianghua's body. She used a tool to collect some fine powder from his fingernails and collar, and asked without raising her head, "Fan Lin, what are the results of your examination?" "Master, he suffered hundreds of wounds all over his body, but they were not fatal. The tendons in his 2 legs were broken, his hands were directly twisted, and his body was burned in many places," Fan Lin said, and with every word, the anger in his heart deepened. He was a doctor, and from the wounds on his body, he naturally knew how much torture he had suffered before his death. And these were not the reasons for his death. The reason for his death was the explosion of his golden elixir, and all the tendons in his body were broken. Du Fan examined him, and said that he might have been searched by a secret method when he was alive. Perhaps it was because of this that he finally detonated his golden elixir to commit suicide. Feng Jiu listened while examining. Just as Fan Lin said, he was tortured before his death, and his divine sense was seriously damaged. There were signs of his soul being searched. After a long time, she stood up and looked at Xianghua's body, killing intent and anger in her heart. She turned and looked at them, saying, "Luo Yu, Minnie, you move his body to the back of the mountain and burn it. Bury him there. Du Fan, you find the information of the mission Xianghua took and give it to me. Fan Lin, you come with me to make the medicine." The others pay attention to the movements in a manner. The several people separated to do their work. Feng Jiu took Fan Lin to the pharmacy, intending to detoxify them first. "Tell me what's wrong with your body, and let me check it," she said while preparing the matter at hand. "Yes," Fan Lin responded, and did as she said. He helped her to make the antidote, and, at the same time, to stimulate the poison in his body as soon as possible. After about an hour, the antidote still had not been made, and he could no longer hold on. "Master, it seems that the poison has taken effect. I can't see anything in front of me. I can't breathe my whole body." Before he finished speaking, he had already collapsed. Seeing this, Feng Jiu caught him and put him on the ground. She quickly used needles to seal several major acupoints in his body and checked him again. After finding the symptoms, she picked the medicine and made it. Chapter 887. After taking the antidote and pricking his acupoints with golden needles, the purple color on Fan Lin's face gradually faded after a few breaths. At this moment, Du Fan's voice came from outside. "Master, I've brought all the information. Come in." Feng Jiu put away the golden needles and looked at Du Fan. Seeing that the poison hadn't acted up yet, he handed him the antidote. "This is the antidote. Don't run your qi for an hour after taking it." "Yes." He took the antidote and handed over the information. "Take the antidote here to Luo Yu and the others." She took the information and went outside to read it. She saw that there was only a simple task on the information, but this task didn't seem to have any problems and wasn't dangerous. The problem was that this task was to guide people, and Xianghua was assigned to do this task. Why did he guide him to do this task? The task was fake, and the real purpose was to lure him to death, right? Then why did he lure Xianghua to death? Why did he have to search his soul? Who was he? If he could capture a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core realm alive and search his soul, this person must have the cultivation of a nascent soul realm. "Oh no, oh no." Bai Xiao hurriedly ran in from outside. His expression changed slightly, and his face was full of panic. When he saw Feng Jiu, who was guarding the manor, he hurriedly said, "Someone sneaked in from the back of the mountain." Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. "Someone sneaked in from the back of the mountain?" "Yes, many of them are men in black. A ground-drilling mouse I tamed some time ago told me that they sneaked in and hid in the forest. Our manor is guarded by Lung Shuang and the others. Those people haven't come yet, but we don't know what they want to do. What should we do? What should we do now?" He was a little worried. There were only a few of them in the manor, and a few of them were poisoned. Xianghua was dead, but before they could find out who did it, someone sneaked in from the back of the mountain. What do they want to do? It was obvious that they were coming for them. Just as he was speaking, a small grayish-white mouse with a fist in its fist came out of his arms, squeaking as it scurried around his body. Feng Jiu glanced at the little mouse, closed the information in his hand, and said, "Don't you know how to tame beasts? I'll leave the back of the mountain to you. Watch it for me." He stared blankly for a moment. Seeing her cold face and cold, killing intent, he immediately replied, "Yes." He knew how to tame beasts. He wasn't a useless person. There were at least hundreds of ferocious beasts and spirit beasts in the back of the mountain. Even if his combat ability wasn't good, his tame is tame. Calm. 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 Feng Jiu turned around and said a few words to Du Fan, asking him to take care of the people who had not fully recovered from the poison, and went to the front. When she came to the front, she saw Lung Shuang and Lung Hua patrolling around the manor. When they saw her come out, they walked over. "Master!" The two of them called out. Just as they were about to speak, Feng Jiu called them in. "Is there any movement in front?" Feng Jiu asked. "I didn't see anyone, but it seems like someone activated the array. I went out to take a look. The atmosphere outside the manor is not right. It's like a lot of people have surrounded us and are staring at us." Chapter 888. "Yes." The two of them replied and looked at each other. "You guys guard the manor. I'll go outside and take a look." As she spoke, she walked out of the formation and arrived outside. As she watched the leaves around her move without any wind, her lips curled into a cold, bloodthirsty smile. "What's the point of hiding? Why? You don't dare to show your face? Haha, you're Xianghua's new master? Chu Baishan's successor?" A sinister voice sounded. Then, a man wearing a black cloak with a long scar on his face walked out. As the man walked out, the men in black who were hidden in the surrounding trees also walked out and followed behind him. They no longer hid their aura, and evil aura spread out. The bloodthirsty and evil aura and the blood aura of these people made Feng Jiu realize at a glance that these people were evil cultivators. And they were evil cultivators with decent strength. Other than the leader who was a nascent soul cultivator, the dozens of people behind him were all golden core cultivators. The people surrounding the manor's array entrance were all foundation establishment cultivators. They were not from the Qingting Kingdom. To be exact, the Qingting Kingdom did not have evil cultivators with such strength. These people were at least from a third-class country. "You kill my people?" She was surprised that she could still use such a calm and gentle tone to ask. "You mean that Xianghua?" "Ha!" The leader of the nascent soul cultivators laughed and stared at Feng Jiu. "I asked him to submit to me, but he refused. So I asked my people to teach him a lesson. But it was too boring. So I personally searched his soul. He was also stupid. He actually detonated himself. Haha, really stupid. I wanted to throw his body to the wild beast to gnaw on. But I thought of some useful information from the soul search and wanted to give you a gift. How about it? Are you satisfied with my gift?" The man stared at Feng Jiu, and his voice was cold with a trace of madness. "Feng Jiu, right? Hand over the ancient divine sword, azure tip, and perhaps I'll leave all of your corpses intact. Otherwise, ha!" Hearing his words, Feng Jiu's eyes flickered and he laughed coldly. "So you're saying that you're here for the azure edge sword? I'm curious. How did you find us? But I'm not the only one targeting you. The corrupt past people are all targeting your Qingfeng sword. Brat, if you don't have the strength to take it, then you're courting death." That person's black figure instantly shot out, clawing at Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu narrowed her eyes slightly as she stared at the incoming claw. The air around her body surged. She stood there without moving, but her killing intent and intimidating aura instantly shot out. With a move of her hand, the Qingfeng sword appeared in her hand. A sharp green light shot out, giving off a cold and frightening aura. With a wave of her hand holding the sword, the Qingfeng sword, which was different from ordinary swords, struck out like a large blade, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Swish! 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 The frightening gust of wind swept out in an instant. For a moment, some of the black-clothed men who couldn't dodge in time were cut in half. Some of the more agile ones fell to the ground and narrowly avoided the attack. However, when the black-clothed men who narrowly avoided the attack stood up, they were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They stared at the Qing Feng sword in disbelief. Chapter 889. The evil cultivator in black who had dodged stared at the Qing Feng sword in Feng Jiu's hand with a dark expression. His eyes were filled with intense greed and excitement. This is the power of the Qing Feng sword? It's really not bad at all. As expected of an ancient divine sword. He stared at Feng Jiu's sword and laughed sinisterly. As his laughter spread out, the airflow in the air fluctuated due to his pressure, becoming heavy and difficult to breathe. His laughter was especially eerie in the night. Feng Jiu did not stare at anyone else. Her gaze was only fixed on the evil cultivator in the lead. Since he was the one who killed Xiang Hua, then she would make him pay with his blood. The red figure surged with spiritual power in the night. The dazzling flame-like airflow wrapped around her, making her look extremely dazzling. Even in the night, one could see her at a glance. She held the Qing Feng sword and pointed it diagonally to the ground. Her gaze slowly narrowed, and her cold and eerie voice carried a gloomy and intense bloodthirst as it spread out in the night. You have to pay the price for killing my people. As soon as her voice fell, the red figure swept out like a ghost. If it were not for the fiery airflow surging around her body, no one would be able to catch her movements. In that instant, everyone felt an earth-shattering, murderous aura burst out from the red-clothed youth. The murderous aura was like a torrential river that was about to engulf them. What shocked them the most was that within the murderous aura, there was an ancient pressure that made their hearts tremble. I'll let you have a taste of death by 1,000 cuts. An icy voice rang out from Feng Jiu's mouth, accompanied by the destructive sword aura from the Azure Edge sword. With a whoosh, the air seemed to have been sliced in half by the ancient divine sword. The azure light drew an arc from the bottom and slashed towards the nascent soul cultivator at a speed that was too fast for one's ears to react to. The nascent soul stage evil cultivator was also shocked by Feng Jiu's pressure and murderous aura. A light flashed through his eyes, and because he could not dodge in time, he could only roll on the ground. However, he was still affected by the terrifying sword aura, and countless wounds of different sizes instantly appeared on his body. Smelling the faint smell of blood in the air and feeling the slight pain in his body, he laughed cruelly. He stared at Feng Jiu and laughed. That eerie laughter eventually turned into loud laughter. The powerful nascent soul pressure spread out from the laughter, causing the people behind him to cover their ears and cry out in pain as they quickly retreated. The aura of an ancient divine beast. It's actually the aura of an ancient divine beast. He opened his hands wide and laughed towards the sky. When his laughter stopped, he suddenly looked at Feng Jiu with a strange light of excitement in his eyes. Not only do you have the Qing Feng sword, you also have an ancient divine beast. That means as long as I kill you and crush your soul, everything will be mine. Everything will be mine, That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Chapter 890. Brat, you want to kill me? You're not qualified. Feng Jiu smirked as she saw the evil cultivator charging towards her. Then I'll show you whether I'm qualified or not. As soon as she finished speaking, she no longer concealed her cultivation and aura. In an instant, the aura of the peak of the foundation establishment stage spread out from her body. A powerful ancient pressure also surged out like a flood under her release, turning into a ferocious beast that pounced towards the nascent soul stage evil cultivator. This is that he sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with disbelief. As a nascent soul cultivator, he could sense the ancient aura from the young man's aura. Naturally, he could also sense that the aura of a peak foundation establishment cultivator emanating from the young man's body contained a terrifying aura. That was the aura of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that he's actually a heavenly Tao foundation establishment cultivator? The powerful aura from the ancient aura enveloped his entire body. He could only feel the aura of death enveloping his head. His body stiffened for a moment, but at that moment, a green light flashed before his eyes and a sharp pain shot through his spine. The moment the green sword swung down, a bloody arm flew out. It spun a few times in the air before landing 10 meters away. A shrill scream pierced through the air and traveled into everyone's ears. This? How is this possible? The Jindan stage, evil cultivators, and Foundation establishment stage, evil cultivators who were 10 meters away were all shocked by this scene. They all widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched the severed arm fly through the air and smash into the ground that was covered with fine sand and stones. The evil cultivator clutched his severed arm and retreated step by step. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He didn't expect Fengjiu to be so fast, nor did he expect that a nascent soul cultivator like him would have his arm chopped off by a Foundation establishment cultivator. The sharp pain from his body and the warm blood on his hand that was clutching his severed arm clearly told him that this wasn't fake. This was real. His hand had really been chopped off by this youth. Fengjiu stood against the wind with her sword in hand. In the night, her red robes fluttered and a bloodthirsty aura spread from between her brows. She stared at the nascent soul, evil cultivator in front of her and raised the Qing Feng sword in her hand, gesturing at him. You know what? If I had moved my sword just a little bit, I wouldn't have just cut off your arm. Her lips curled into a mocking sneer. Knowing that I have an ancient divine beast and the azure edge sword, you still dare to provoke me? Huh, you're courting death. All of you attack. Kill him. That nascent soul cultivator retreated step by step, but ordered the heretic cultivators behind him to step forward. However, these people were heretic cultivators. After seeing that even a nascent soul cultivator's arm had been chopped off, who would dare to step forward to die? When a nascent soul stage cultivator saw that no one came forward, he angrily turned around and glared at the people who had retreated 10 meters away. Go! What are you all standing there for? Kill him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill behind his back. A murderous aura attacked him. He immediately turned around and saw the red-robed youth closing in on him with the azure edge sword in hand. The murderous aura was so fierce that he didn't want to retreat. He gritted his teeth and gathered a sharp chi in his uninjured hand to attack the youth. He turned around and planned to escape first. If he could save his life, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to take his life in the future. You want to leave? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving alive. Chapter 891. The evil cultivators saw that when the nascent soul evil cultivator turned around to escape, the red figure behind him chased after him like a malicious spirit that had crawled out of hell. The person in front fled, and he chased after him. Rumbling sounds could be heard from time to time as the two of them fought. The surrounding trees were shaken and cut down as they fought. Gravel flew everywhere, and the airflow was like a knife. They were so frightened that they did not dare to go forward. Was that red-robed young man really just a Foundation establishment cultivator? How could a Foundation establishment cultivator be a match for a nascent soul cultivator? And he actually beat a nascent soul cultivator into such a sorry state? At this moment, they could not help but want to retreat and escape. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that even the nascent soul cultivator was no match for him, let alone them. Let's go, someone shouted. Seeing that the situation was not good, they planned to escape. However, when they activated their spiritual aura and prepared to leave on their swords, they found that their aura was in a mess and could not be condensed. Oh no, there's poison in the air. One of the golden core evil cultivators was proficient in poisons and could be said to be the first to discover the problem. He found that the poison was colorless and odorless. It did not take effect immediately, but it corroded their bodies from the inside, making them unable to condense their spiritual power to escape and unable to fight. This is somewhat similar to my soul seizing poisoned. The golden core evil cultivator's face changed drastically, and the blood drained from his face. He, who was familiar with poisons, analyzed the symptoms of his body. This poison was somewhat similar to his poison, but it had been modified. However, a person who had been poisoned would not notice it in a short period of time. However, if he tried to condense his spiritual power, he would not be able to condense it. Forcefully condensing, it would only speed up the poison's flow in his blood. he suddenly retreated and looked at the young man who was fighting with a nascent soul cultivator in horror. It's him. He was the one who sprinkled the poison in the air when they were unknowingly and defenseless. He trembled as he took out the antidote pill and wanted to take it. No matter what poison it was, he would take the antidote pill first. However, when they saw him take out the antidote pill and was about to take it, the eyes of the Golden Core evil cultivators beside him turned red. They went forward to snatch it. "Give me the antidote pill. Give it to me. Give it to me." None of them dared to use their spiritual power and aura. They actually forcefully fought over the treasures. They were like shrews and did not look like cultivators at all. However, these people were evil cultivators and did not care about how others looked at them. Most evil cultivators were selfish and only cared about themselves. Why would they care about the lives of others? Just then, a strange melody came from the night. The sound was thin, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, coming from afar. Just as they were wondering which reckless person was playing music in this place in the middle of the night, they heard a chaotic roar. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of the ferocious beasts were exceptionally clear in the darkness of the night. The heavy and disorderly footsteps were like muffled thunder, causing the ground to shake. When those people saw the ferocious beast that they normally wouldn't even frown in the slightest, their faces turned deathly pale and filled with terror. It's a vicious beast. Damn it. Why are there so many vicious beasts? Hundreds of vicious beasts rushed out. Some quickly surrounded them, and some pounced on them to bite them. For a moment, they cried out in alarm and tried to escape. However, they found that the path was blocked by hundreds of vicious beasts and spiritual beasts. Chapter 892. Behind him, Lung Shuang and the others also walked out. There were traces of battle on their bodies. Obviously, they had fought with the person who had sneaked into the back of the mountain. "Master, the people in the back of the mountain have been dealt with," Bai Xiao shouted. Seeing that the nascent soul cultivator was being defeated by her, she picked up the musical instrument in her hand and put it to her mouth. As the sound of the musical instrument rang out, the ferocious beasts pounced on the cultivators crazily and bit them. They didn't need to do anything. The evil cultivators who couldn't use their spiritual power to fight were all torn to pieces by the ferocious beast's claws. Shrill screams and the strong smell of blood filled the air. In less than half an hour, the ground was covered in blood and flesh. None of the evil cultivators survived. Bai Xiao and the others looked in the direction of the scream. They saw that one of the nascent soul cultivator's legs had been chopped off by the Qingfeng sword. He flew out and fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Feng Jiu walked closer and looked at the evil cultivator who was struggling and wailing on the ground. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. "Have you thought about how you want to die?" The evil cultivator had one of his arms and one of his legs chopped off. He couldn't dodge or escape. He could only sit there and stare at Feng Jiu, who was full of murderous intent. "Who are you? How can a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator injure me to this extent? Who are you? How dare you provoke me when you don't even know who I am?" She sneered and pointed the sharp sword in her hand at his Dantian. "Don't even think about trying to escape with your nascent soul. Not many people I want to kill can escape." The nascent soul cultivator's face was ghastly pale. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He stared at Feng Jiu in front of him and smiled sinisterly. He gritted his teeth and wanted to explode and kill himself. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiu, who had already seen through his intentions, shot out a few silver needles. The evil cultivator fell to the ground, as if he had lost consciousness. "Take him back. Don't let him die so easily," she said coldly. She glanced at the dead, evil sorcerers around her and said to the few of them, "Clean this up." Then, she walked into the manor. Even after killing those people, she still couldn't let it go. After killing those people, Xiang Hua would not come back to life. He hadn't been by her side for a long time, but his oath seemed to still echo in her mind. However, such a person was now dead. She knew that this was only the beginning and not the end. As long as she walked down this path, the people around her could face all of this. They could be implicated by her and die because of her. Everyone watched as she walked into the manor with the Qing Feng sword in hand. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, but they didn't know what to say. They could only listen to her and deal with this place first. Xianghua's death was a blow to them, but also a warning. It let them know that if someone really wanted to kill them and set them up with their current strength, they really could only be trampled on. Those who are seriously injured go back and bandage them. Those who are lightly injured follow me to clean up the scene. Du Fan said, and led a few people who were lightly injured to deal with the corpses outside. Chapter 893. It was destined to be a sleepless night. It was already midnight by the time they cleaned up the area outside. After returning to the courtyard, Fengjiu calmed down for a while and went to the dungeon. She looked at the unconscious nascent soul evil cultivator in the dungeon. Drag him out. She gestured. Du Fan and Lung Shuang, who were behind her, stepped forward and dragged him out. Looking at the unconscious nascent soul evil cultivator, she narrowed her eyes and walked up to him. She reached out her hand and touched the top of his head. Soul-searching was a technique that was not accepted and very few people would use. The person who had his soul searched would become a useless person. His spirit and spirit would be damaged, and he could only be an idiot. Therefore, very few people would use soul-searching. However, people still use this technique on evil cultivators and those who had secrets. She closed her eyes and used her hand to search his head with her divine sense. The information in his mind flashed through her mind without any concealment. The words he had said, the things he had done, the things she knew, and the things she did not know were all entered into her divine sense after a long time. She opened her eyes and withdrew her hand. She turned and walked out, leaving a sentence. Take him to the ferocious beasts as a snack. Lung Shuang followed behind her and left. Du Fan responded and dragged the unconscious man to the back of the mountain. They gathered in the hall late that night. Fengjiu told them some things and asked them to be careful when they went out for missions in the future. She also told them that the evil cultivator knew that she had obtained the Qing Feng sword through soul-searching. He probably wanted to keep it for himself. The news had not spread yet, so they just needed to pay more attention to the movements of other parties. Finally, she said to Luo Yu, go to the Cool Breeze Gang after daybreak and tell Ren Xiang that there's a force secretly plotting to take over the power of Yin Dian. Ask him to be careful and ask him if he has safely sent the son of Yin Dian to the people who will receive him. Yes, master. Don't worry. I will leave at daybreak. Luo Yu replied. Fengjiu nodded, then got up and returned to her room. After she left, the others were still sitting in the hall, discussing matters. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that Luo Yu returned and inquired, is master still in the courtyard, or did he return to the academy? He's still in the courtyard, but he hasn't come out since last night. Fan Lin sighed softly and asked, how is the matter that master asked you to do coming along? Yes, I passed on the message and asked master what he wanted to know. I was just about to report back to master. He said, I'll go to master's courtyard to take a look. I'll go too. Fan Lin immediately followed. When they arrived at the courtyard, both Lung Hua and Lung Shuang were there. They asked, where's master? Still not out yet? You're looking for her? I'll go and report. Lung Hua said, then knocked on the door and called, Master, Brother Luo is back. There was no movement in the room. After a while, the door opened and Fengjiu, dressed in red, walked out. She glanced at the people in the courtyard. Then her gaze fell on Luo Yu. Seeing this, Luo Yu hurriedly reported, Master, I've passed on the message. Ren Xiang said that he has safely sent the son of Yin Dian to the people who will receive him, so you don't have to worry. Chapter 894. Seeing that she was about to leave, everyone escorted her out of the manor. They watched as she rode on Lao Bai's back and left with Tunyan. They stood there for a long time before returning to the manor. Although they were master and servant, their master treated them like family. They all knew that their master was very sad to see Xianghua killed. After all, everyone who followed her was carefully selected by her. Now they were all gone. Thinking of this, everyone secretly made up their minds. They had to work hard and cultivate. They had to become stronger as soon as possible. The next morning, Feng Jiu returned to the academy after a trip to the black market. She walked through the academy's main gate and went straight to her cave residence. The academy had started school at the beginning of February, and the students had all returned. However, it was still early, and there were not many students walking around in the academy. After returning to the academy and reporting, she did not go out again. Every day, if she was not cultivating in her cave residence, she was refining pills and making medicine. Half a month had passed. One day, the dean sent someone to summon her. Dean, Vice Dean. When she arrived at the main peak, she bowed to the two of them. She swept her gaze around and saw that Mo-chan was also by the side, but she nodded slightly. When she saw Mo-chan return a faint smile, she looked away. I heard that you came back a while ago, but I haven't seen you around the academy. I called you here today to tell you that in 3 days, the 10 students you've selected will be following the vice headmaster and several mentors to participate in the ranking competition between the academies. Are you ready? Who are the other 9 people? She asked. The dean smiled and said, 2 of the top 10 geniuses of the academy have been squeezed out by you and Xiaoyihan. The others have not changed. We originally planned to let your brother participate, but he hasn't returned yet. He only sent a message saying that he went to another country with the mercenaries from the black market. He probably won't be back in a short time, so he didn't get a spot. Hearing this, her eyes flickered. Her brother hasn't returned yet. In the past half a month, she had not paid attention to this. She had only focused on cultivating and refining pills. She was not in the mood to care about anything else. I'm fine. We're leaving in 3 days, right? I understand. She nodded and said, then go back and prepare. We'll meet at the plaza in 3 days. Okay, then I'll go back first. She replied and turned to leave. Returning to the cave residence, she saw White and Tun Yun lying outside the cave residence. She walked over and said, I'm going to participate in the school tournament in 3 days. Do you two want to stay here or go into the space? I want to follow Master. I can enter the space, but I don't want to stay here. Old White said anxiously. I want to follow Master as well, Tun Yun said. Only the big black bear at the side didn't know what they were talking about. It tilted its head and looked at them in a daze. Old White's body is too big. He can't come out after entering the space. As for Tun Yun, he doesn't need to enter the space. He could just stay by my side. She looked at the 2 beasts and then looked at the big black bear. She patted its head and said, Little Black, do you want to go back to the forest? Roar. It let out a low roar and hugged the tree beside it, indicating that it did not want to go back. Chapter 895. Awoo. She didn't know whether the big black bear understood or not, but it howled and came to her side to rub against her, showing a close attitude. Looking at it stretching out its clumsy bear claws and waving them in front of her, Feng Jiu couldn't help but be amused, revealing her first smile in nearly half a month. Well, that's it. I'll go back and refine some things, just in case. She patted the heads of the 3 beasts around her and was about to return to the cave when she heard Yi Jing's voice. Feng Jiu. She turned around and looked at the person. Yi Jing, why are you here? Yi Jing came to her side and said, I know you've been back for half a month, but you've been cultivating in the cave and haven't come out, so I didn't come to disturb you. I just heard that the dean was looking for you, so I wanted to come and have a look. I know that you're also among the 10 places this time. You're going back so far and will be gone for so long. Fortunately, you're going with me. Well, since I came back, I've been in the cave and didn't go out. I just found out that we'll be leaving in 3 days. She pulled her to sit down at the table under the tree. My brother may have missed it this time. I guess he tripped over something, otherwise he wouldn't have missed this opportunity. Yes, we originally agreed to participate together, but I didn't expect him to not come back yet. Speaking of this, she sighed softly and said with some worry, I don't know if he encountered any danger outside. Going out with the mercenaries of the black market, the degree of danger is not low. It doesn't matter. He will have a sense of propriety. Even if he misses this time, there will be other opportunities in the future. Feng Jiu, I heard that the people in the second-class countries are very strong. In fact, I'm a little worried that I won't even be able to enter the top 20 this time. She looked at her and said, This school tournament is a competition between the students from the 6th class and 2nd class countries to compete for the ranking list. Only we are from the 6-star academy. I'm really worried. The world is so big, it's normal for someone to be stronger than us. No matter what the result of the tournament is, as long as we try our best, she said with a smile. Yi Jing nodded her head and took out the Spiritual Academy's white uniform. Director Liu asked me to bring this for you. Other than being a student of the alchemy department, you are also a student of the Spiritual Academy. He wants you to wear the Spiritual Academy's uniform when you go out. Okay. She took the 2 sets of clothes and put them away in her space. Then I'll leave first. She said goodbye to him. Feng Jiu sent her off, and after she left, she returned to her cave to refine pills. Until 3 days later, under the lead of the Vice Principal, Director Liu, and Director Liu, the 10 students of the academy gathered at the Plaza one after another. Many students came to send them off. When Feng Jiu brought Tun Yun to the plaza, she saw that 10 people had already arrived. Other than Ye Tong, Xiao Yihan, and Yi Jing, there were also a few people that she had seen before. Almost all of them were students of the Spiritual Academy. She roughly looked around and saw that there were 9 people, including her, but Ouyang Xiu's figure was nowhere to be seen. After looking around, she saw a figure coming from not far away. Feng Jiu, you're here. Yi Jing came to her side. Seeing her looking at Ouyang Xiu, she also looked at him. Chapter 896. My dear disciple, you're here too? Feng Jiu went up to greet him. Seeing his ashen and embarrassed expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Don't you need to greet your master when you see him? Quick, let's hear it. Her voice wasn't too loud, but it was heard by everyone around. They all looked at the 2 of them in astonishment. What was going on? How did he become the master of the disciple? Did the relationship between the 2 of them improve? They remember that last year, Ouyang Sr. kept saying that he wanted to challenge Feng Jiu, but he didn't succeed in the end. Could it be that something happened that they didn't know about when they didn't know? Don't go too far. He stared at the person in front of him who was laughing so hard that his eyes narrowed into a line and warned in a low voice. AI, you are the one who was willing to do this. How can you say that I'm going too far? Don't you know that a teacher for a day is a teacher for life? Since you call me master, then you're my disciple. Don't worry, I'll recognize you. She chuckled and looked at him with a teasing tone. Ouyang Xiu opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't find the words to reply. In the end, he just snorted, Don't worry, I'll definitely defeat you. As soon as his voice fell, he walked past him and stood behind the vice president. Seeing this, Feng Jiu crossed her arms and smiled. This disciple of hers really wanted to save face. He obviously wasn't her opponent. Feng Jiu, why did you call Ouyang Sr. your disciple? You and him? Yi Jing was curious. Last year, she was still avoiding him. Why did it seem like Ouyang Xiu was avoiding her now? Oh, didn't he keep saying that he wanted to challenge me last year? Then he ran halfway to stop me. In the end, I said that if he lost, he had to call me master. So when I won, he naturally became my disciple. Speaking of this, the smile on her face deepened. Hearing this, Yi Jing nodded. So that's how it is. Strange. Isn't everyone here? Who are they waiting for? She asked. Seeing that the 10 students had all arrived, even the vice president and 2 teachers had arrived, but they didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. It seemed like they were still waiting for someone. I don't know. Maybe there are other instructors who haven't come yet. Feng Jiu. Xiao Yihan walked over with large strides. Just as he was about to pat her shoulder and greet her, he remembered that she was a woman and could not help but retract his hand in embarrassment. I heard that you have been cultivating ever since you came back. Has your cultivation increased greatly recently? Seeing that it was him, she smiled and said, Not really. I've been concocting pills a lot recently. You, on the other hand, your cultivation has improved a lot after not seeing you for a while. That's right. I've worked hard. I was going to compete with Guan Shilin, but he hasn't come back since he went out this time. It's a pity that he even missed the school tournament. There will be more opportunities. Who knows, my brother might be training outside right now, which is even better than us in this academy. I don't deny that. Outside, it's a real fight. However, with the strength outside, aren't you worried? Seeing that she didn't look worried at all, he couldn't help but feel strange. It stood to reason that the relationship between the two was so good. Guanxilin had been training outside for so long and hadn't come back. She should be anxious. Chapter 897. The white figure walked over from a distance. His steps were light and steady, and his figure was graceful. His clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. When he appeared, many of the surrounding female students had red hearts in their eyes as they looked at him with gazes of adoration, shyness, and excitement. However, the immortal-like man didn't seem to notice the people around him. His gaze swept past Feng Jiu's face indifferently, taking in her astonishment. A smile seemed to appear at the corner of his lips. He slowly walked to the front of the vice-headmaster and said a few words to him. The vice-headmaster looked at everyone and said, "Since everyone is here, let's go." "Yes," everyone responded. Just as they were about to walk out of the academy's gate, a voice suddenly sounded out. "Wait." Everyone was startled as they turned around to see a student of the academy. Some people recognized him as one of the academy's top 10 students. However, other than Xiao Yihan, who took the top 3 spot, the person at the bottom was pushed out because of Feng Jiu. Unlike Xiao Yihan, who had obtained his spot through a challenge, Feng Jiu had not fought with anyone in the top 10 and was directly selected by the dean. Therefore, other than a few people who knew about her strength, the majority of the people were puzzled and unconvinced about Feng Jiu's participation in the academy's competition. It's Senior Geng. This time, because Feng Jiu was selected, Senior Geng, who was ranked 10th, was pushed out. Senior Geng's strength wasn't only ranked 10th, but last year's ranking was overtaken. This year, his ranking was lowered and he was ranked 10th. Therefore, he wasn't able to participate in the academy's competition. However, I feel that his strength is stronger than Feng Jiu's. That's right, I think so too. However, it could be that Feng Jiu's background is stronger than Senior Geng's. Otherwise, Senior Geng wouldn't have been pushed out without even competing. It's said that Feng Jiu came from a 9th-tier country. However, something happened last year, and the entire academy's teachers were sent to save him. I feel that his background isn't ordinary. Let's not talk about that. Look at Student Geng's posture. Don't tell me he wants to challenge Feng Jiu here. He's already been selected, so how could the vice head allow him to mess around? Hearing this, everyone's gazes fell on Senior Geng and then looked at Feng Jiu. They were all wondering if the two of them were going to fight. Is there something you need? The vice head looked at the student surnamed Geng and asked, "Vice head, I refuse to accept this." His voice was deep, making his intentions clear. His gaze swept past the crowd and landed on Feng Jiu. What right does he have to represent the academy in the competition? I'm not convinced. He's just a new student who came in last year. How could he be stronger than me? I'm not convinced. I won't challenge him. Hearing those words, the vice school head frowned. These are the rules of the academy. We have our own reasons for replacing you. You may return now. Don't delay our departure time. There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. He was well aware of Feng Jiu's strength. It could be said that among the 10 students, Feng Jiu was the one he and the dean valued the most. The only reason they had a chance to enter the top 3 was because of Feng Jiu. Chapter 898. Could it be that he's stronger than me? He asked in a calm voice, unwilling to accept this. Among the 10 students, Niet Tung, Ouyang Xiao, and Xiao Yihan all glanced at him when they heard this. The two in front didn't say anything, but their gazes were filled with contempt. As for Xiao Yihan, he sneered when he heard this. Don't you know that he's stronger than you? If it weren't for the fact that he's stronger, you wouldn't have been pushed down. As for Feng Jiu, he stood beside Yi Jing as if it had nothing to do with him. The two of them were whispering to each other, but no one knew what they were talking about. Hearing Xiao Yihan's words, the student's surnamed Geng pursed his lips, clearly not believing it. Thus, his gaze fell on Feng Jiu, who was wearing the Spiritual Academy's uniform. Feng Jiu, do you dare to compete with me? If I lose, I'll accept it wholeheartedly. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Seeing him yell at him, Feng Jiu sighed in his heart. He glanced at him and said, "But you really aren't my opponent. I'm really embarrassed to fight someone weaker than me." Hearing this, the student's surnamed Geng's face darkened. Enough. Are you done with your nonsense? The Vice Academy head yelled in a deep voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over the student surnamed Gung. You're not his opponent. Our decision was made after discussion. We naturally knew what we were doing when we let him replace you. Moreover, he was already a Foundation Establishment cultivator last year. Do you think that a great spirit master like you can be a match for a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Hearing this, the student's surname Gung was dumbfounded. Foundation Establishment cultivator? Fengjiu? He's already a Foundation Establishment cultivator? How is this possible? Not only him, but the surrounding students were also stunned. They couldn't believe it. After all, he just entered last year. How could he have already reached Foundation Establishment last year? They hadn't heard of him before? If this was really a secret, wasn't it too good? Yes, I can testify that Fengjiu is indeed a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Let alone you. Even I am no match for her. Yi Jing said. She was ranked 5th in the top 10 and was stronger than Gung. However, she was no match for Fengjiu, let alone Yi Jing. When a student's surname Gung heard this, he was startled and speechless for a long time. He could only stare blankly at Fengjiu. All right, let's go. Don't be late. With that, the vice president strode out. This time, he stood there and watched, but did not open his mouth to protest. No matter how arrogant he was and how much he didn't want to admit it, he knew that if the vice president and Yi Jing said so, then it was most likely true. Everyone else watched as they left, and when they reached the entrance, the vice-chancellor waved his sleeve, and a spacecraft appeared in front of them. Everyone get on the spacecraft. The vice-chancellor said, letting everyone get on first. The 10 people who were selected, in addition to being the top 10 in the academy, also had good family backgrounds. Naturally, they didn't find the spacecraft novel. Therefore, each one of them calmly walked up. Finally, the 2 mentors, the vice-chancellor and Mo Chun, boarded the spacecraft together. The spacecraft floated off the ground and flew into the sky. The people outside the gate watched for a long time before coming back to their senses. They looked on enviously as the spacecraft disappeared into the clouds. Then, they turned around and returned to the academy. In time, they would also be able to go to a second-class country, or even a first-class country, and enter a 1-star academy. Chapter 899. The 2-star academy was located in a second-class country near the Scarlet Spirit Mountain range and was built on a mountain. The area it occupied was several times larger than that of the Qing Tung 6-star academy. Every star class was different, so the resources were also different. Even the teachers and students were different. Living in a 2-star academy, everyone had a sense of pride in their hearts. Pride that they were from a 2-star academy, pride that they were superior to others. On this day, the people of the 2-star academy arrived by airship one after another. As the host, the people of the 2-star academy naturally took up the job of receiving them. Therefore, inside and outside the academy, students and teachers could be seen everywhere. When the vice academy head landed the airship, the people on the airship followed behind him and walked down. Looking at the majestic entrance of the academy, they could not help but be secretly surprised. The 2 huge stars on the entrance of the academy seemed to be made out of spirit stones. Under the sunlight, they reflected a dazzling light. The magnificent entrance of the academy was wide open, and at a glance, one could see the prosperity inside. How should I address you? May I know which academy you are from? One of the teachers came forward and asked. His eyes swept over the crowd and saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman. But after looking at them for a second or two, he moved his eyes away. In the world of immortal cultivation, there was no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women. We are from the 6-star academy. This old man's surname is Guan, and I am the vice academy head of the 6-star academy. These are the teachers leading the team. Old man Guan gave a simple introduction. Oh, so you are from the 6-star academy. The teacher nodded and smiled and called several students. You take the teachers and students of the 6-star academy to settle down first, and then arrange for a few people to familiarize themselves with the academy. Yes, several students responded and made a gesture to the vice academy head and the others. The vice academy head nodded and followed them with the people behind him. This two-star academy is really different. Just look at the construction inside. Xiao Yihan walked and looked around and praised again and again. Look at the ground. Isn't this a spiritual gathering array? But it seems to be somewhat different. Moreover, the spiritual power aura here is really abundant. Well, if a two-star academy is like this, then a one-star academy would be even better. Feng Zhou also said with a smile. She looked around and saw that the students here were all wearing the same white uniform. The only difference was that they had 6-star badges on their clothes, while the other party had 2-star badges on their clothes. The students who were leading the way introduced the academy to the Vice Academy head and Vice Academy head. While listening to the words of the students behind them, they could not help but sneer in their hearts. Country bumpkins are country bumpkins. The students were divided into 2 groups. One group led the vice headmaster and the mentors to a mountain peak where the mentors lived, while the other group led Feng Nine and the others to where the students lived. The men and women were separated, and the 4 of them stayed in the same courtyard. You 2 female students can stay here. Academy. Inside Academy's academy. Of the 2 male students said to Yi Jing and Zhou Xian. Since the 2 of them were female, their attitudes were relatively better. Chapter 900. Good. After resting for a while, we will go out and familiarize ourselves with the place. Feng Zhou smiled and stood together with the other 7 men. When the 2 male students saw this, they went out and said to Feng Zhou and the others, "Let's go. The men live on the other side." Saying that, they led the way in front. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they arrived at the other side where the male students lived. It was also a row of courtyards side by side. Many of the people who had arrived earlier had already moved into the courtyard. There were also some who were sitting at the stone table under the trees outside the courtyard or were walking around. When the students saw that there were people coming, they looked at them one by one. When they saw the 6-star emblem on their clothes, the contempt in their eyes became heavier. It turned out that they were actually people from the 6-star academy. The 6-star academy was the lowest ranked academy among all the academies present. As such, the people from that place could not even enter their eyes. But this time, most of them did not even put the people from the 6-star academy in their eyes, as they felt that compared to them, they were completely incomparable. Here, you can look around and see if there are any vacant rooms. The 2 male students who were leading the way said, and then led them to the area where the male students lived and then left. Seeing the 2 people leave only a sentence and then leave, Xiao Yihan shook his head. Sure enough, the men are not as good as the women. They did not even say a word. Saying that, he walked into one of the courtyards. Just as he was about to go in and take a look, he was stopped by one of the men in the courtyard. Our courtyard is already full. Full? Xiao Yihan was startled and said to Feng Zhou behind him, "Let's go to the back and take a look." Feng Zhou complied and also walked to the back. Who would have thought that each courtyard was already occupied? When they wanted to go in, they all got the same sentence, full. After hearing this sentence many times, they could not help but laugh. After walking around, they came to the front of the courtyards. There were 1 or 2 3-star academy students sitting in each courtyard. Seeing them walk around, they raised their chins and looked at them. Feng Zhou crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the courtyard door. With a smile on his face, he looked at the 2 3-star academy students in the courtyard. "Is this courtyard full?" "Yes," the 2 people replied. "All right then. Since it's full, let's do something direct." She rubbed her fists and rubbed them. A malicious smile appeared on her face. "What if you came out on your own? Or should we drag you out?" Although she didn't want to start a fight as soon as she arrived at this place, these people were occupying a courtyard by themselves. Wasn't this forcing them to fight? Everywhere was the same. The weak would only end up being bullied, and even if they were from a 6-star academy, but who among them would be bullied by others? Daring to bully them, this was absolutely asking for a beating. When the people in the courtyard heard this, they were stunned for a moment. They looked at them in disbelief and then laughed out loud. "What did you say? Drag us out? Ha ha ha. Just because of your 6-star academy? I'll do it. You guys, do you really think this place is yours?" 1 or 2 people wanted to occupy a courtyard. Since they refused to let him out, then he would settle it with his fists. Anyway, my whole body is sore from sitting on the spaceship. I've been wanting to move around for a while now. Xiao Yihan shook his arms and walked in. Chapter 901. The people from the other academies did not move, but when the people from the 3-star academy saw that their academy's people were surrounded, they also surrounded them, and their auras surged. What? You want to compete? Good. Our hands are also itching. That's good. How about we go to the open space outside? Feng Jiu said with a smile. When it came to fighting, she was not afraid of anyone. Good. Let's see how much weight the people from your 6-star academy have. The people from the 3-star academy coldly snorted and turned around to go to the open space outside, and the others also followed. Those who were originally sitting and chatting, on seeing this, also excitedly surrounded them, intending to watch a good show. Nie Tang's sharp eyes swept over those people and stepped forward. How do you want to fight? Ouyang Xiu's face was also cold. He was being bullied. He would not blindly retreat. It was just a fight. Who was afraid of who? Xiao Yihan's face was full of excitement. He had already wanted to test the skills of these people. What was the difference between the students from the 3-star academy and the student from the 6-star academy? The other few people were also the same. They also wanted to take this opportunity to test the strength of the people from the 3-star academy. Only Feng Jiu's hands were itchy and wanted to fight. She did not care about their cultivation, no matter how strong they were. They could not be stronger than a nascent soul cultivator. She just wanted to exercise her hands and feet and take the opportunity to give these people a warning. She believed that after this fight, no one would dare to come and find trouble with them. So what if they were from a 6-star academy? Who said that the strength of the people from the 3-star academy was stronger than them? Well, maybe the strength of these people was not bad. On their side, apart from the last few in the top 10, the strength of the top 5 was not to be underestimated. Hearing Nie Tang ask how to fight, she could not help but sneer, glanced at him, and said, "You still want to ask them how to fight? Of course it's a melee. The faster we finish, the more we can go back to the courtyard to rest. Do you want to slowly fight them one-on-one?" While speaking, the corners of her mouth hooked up, and she clenched her fist and shouted, "No matter how you fight, just beat them to the ground." Bang! One of the 3-star students didn't expect Feng Jiu to suddenly attack and was caught off guard. With a bang, his eyes were punched, and he staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. He covered his stinging eyes and glared at Feng Jiu. "You sneak attacked me." Feng Jiu snorted and said arrogantly, "What sneak attack? I was standing right in front of you, swinging my fist. Who can you blame for your slow reaction?" "Damn it!" That person shouted angrily, clenching his fists and rushing forward. Seeing this, the others also joined in the chaotic battle. In an instant, the empty space was occupied by them. Low growls and the sounds of fists landing accompanied by cries of pain rang out, causing the surrounding students to be flabbergasted. This was because they weren't fighting in a proper manner. Instead, they were waving their fists and fighting in a chaotic battle. One of them threw a punch, while the other threw a kick. Some of them hugged their thighs, while others threw a punch at their faces. The fight was so intense that everyone was dumbfounded. Roar. Damn it. Who kicked my butt? Hiss. Look closely and hit. Don't hit your own people. Damn it, you brat. Don't keep hitting my face. Chapter 902. Bang. Only by punching the face can you see the effect. While speaking, Feng Jiu once again punched out, but this time, the punch landed on the stomach of the male student. Poof! The male student cried out in pain. The blow to his abdomen made him bend down instinctively. He lowered his hands to protect his abdomen. But at this moment, another fist flew towards his face. He was so scared that he retreated. Seeing this, Feng Jiu grinned and swung her fist. She turned around and punched the face of the student who was about to sneak up on her from behind. That person groaned. He only felt that his cheek was punched. His whole person was somewhat dazed. He felt a salty taste in his mouth. He touched the corner of his mouth and took out a tooth that was mixed with blood. Seeing that tooth, that 3-star student sucked in a breath of cold air. You actually knocked out my teeth too? You brat. I will beat you to death." That student was furious. He threw out his tooth, clenched his fist, and punched towards Feng Jiu. However, his fist had not yet landed on Feng Jiu's body. when Enchanting kicked him away. Enchanting stood beside Fengjiu. He glanced at her and then looked away. In the scuffle, he was not too far away from her. He was almost 3 steps away from her. When she was punching people, he did not intervene, but those who were planning to attack her from behind were kicked away by him. He did not speak. He knew that she did not want him to. Therefore, he only silently stood by her side to protect her. However, Fengjiu did not appreciate it. After another student was sent flying, she shouted, "Enough! Don't fight!" When a few people from the 6-Star Academy heard her words, they stopped and shrank to the side. On both sides, it was not only the people from the 3-Star Academy who were beaten up on Fengjiu's side. In addition to her, Ouyang Xiu and Xiao Yihan, the other 4 people were also beaten to the point that their faces were bruised, but compared to the people from the 3-Star Academy, their injuries could be considered light, while the other side's face was completely swollen. Damn it, are you really from a 6-Star Academy? One of the 3-Star Academy's students clenched his teeth as he glared at them. With that kind of skill, they were even faster than them. Especially those 4 people. Whoever got close to them would only end up being beaten up. How could they not know that the fighting prowess of the people from the 6-Star Academy had become so strong? Although it was a chaotic battle, it was almost a one-sided beating. It was too infuriating. He is from a 6-Star Academy. What about it? Fengjiu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the man who was scared by her. Don't worry, we won't be as tasteless as you. 1 or 2 people occupying courtyard. We only need 2 courtyards, the rest is up to you. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and walked into the first courtyard. She saw that other than the 2 rooms on the left and right, there were also 2 rooms in the middle. The 2 rooms in the middle were slightly larger, so she chose the one on the left. When Xiao Yihan saw this, he was about to walk into the room on the right, but he saw that a figure was faster than him, and chose the room on the left. Ouyang Xiu saw that Fengjiu, Enchanting, and Xiao Yihan were in this courtyard, so he walked out and went directly to the courtyard next door. He did not intend to stay in the same courtyard as Fengjiu, because in this courtyard he would see him all day long, and would not be willing to be taken advantage of by him verbally. So, in the end, the 8 people stayed in this courtyard. For people to a courtyard, 1 person to a room, so they had their own space. Chapter 903. Hearing her door open, Xiao Yihan also came out and asked, "Fengjiu, do you want to go out? I'll go with you." "Good. Let's call Yi Jing together," she said with a smile, and walked out with him. In the other 2 rooms, Enchanting stood the window, watching the 2 go out but did not follow. As for the students in the other room, they were resting in their rooms and did not intend to go out. On the other side, the mentors of the academy were talking about the other students of the academy. Oh, the students of the 3-Star Academy and the students of the 6-Star Academy fought? Yes. Some of the students ran over and said that some of the male students from the 3-Star Academy had occupied 1 or 2 of their courtyards. Later on, the students from the 6-Star Academy fought with them and ended up in a chaotic battle. It was a complete mess, and some of the students were beaten black and blue. Looking at it, it was very funny. One of the teachers shook his head and said with a smile, "So, in the end, the 6-Star Academy lost." No, the 6-Star Academy won, but the 3-Star Academy lost. In the end, several of them could not stand up, but I did not expect that the strength of the 6-Star Academy students would be so good. There is such a thing? Another mentor was somewhat surprised, and then said with a smile, "This way, it is interesting. I originally thought that this year's ranking would not be interesting, but looking at this year's competition should be very strong. It really makes people look forward to it." Yes, the performance of the 6-Star Academy students was quite good. They directly beat up the students of the 3-Star Academy. I believe that in the following days, no one will dare to find trouble with them. Let them come in advance and live in our academy for half a month, so that they can secretly compete with each other and also stimulate their fighting strength. I hope that when the time comes, they will not let us down. Oh, no matter what, we will not be able to surpass our 2-Star Academy students to win first place. These few academies matters. Let them go. Don't worry about them. One of the mentors waved his hand. I still have something to do, so I will go back first. Seeing that the mentor left, the other people also left one after another. On the other side, Fengjiu and Xiao Yihan came to the courtyard where Yi Jing and Zhou Xian lived. Yi Jing? Fengjiu called from outside, but he didn't go in. After a while, Yi Jing's door opened. She walked out and nodded at Fengjiu before walking to Zhou Xian's room and knocking on the door. Zhou Xian, we're going out for a walk. Do you want to come with us? The door to Zhou Xian's room was also opened. She glanced at Yi Jing in front of the door, then looked at Fengjiu and Lu Yi, nodding her head. In, I'll go with you. She was unfamiliar with this place, so it was better to have someone from the same academy as her to keep her company. Then let's go, she said with a smile, and walked out of the courtyard with her. The four of them walked around together, familiarizing themselves with the surrounding environment. They also heard a lot about the 2-Star Academy from the mouths of some of the students. In the evening, the four of them received a jade-stripped sound transmission from the vice headmaster. The vice-chancellor wants us to go over. He said he has something to tell us. Yi Jing looked at them and said, Yes, we received it too. Let's go back and see what's going on. The few of them said as they walked back together. Chapter 904. When they arrived inside, they saw that not only the vice headmaster was there, but even the 2 teachers and Emo-chun were also there. The other students had already arrived except for the vice headmaster, Emo-chun, and the 2 teachers who were sitting in the middle of the courtyard. The other students were standing to the side. Vice headmaster, teacher, young master Emo-chun. Several people came in and greeted them. We came here to talk to you about a matter, the vice headmaster said as he looked at the crowd and smiled. At noon, the vice headmasters and the deans of the 2-Star Academies had a discussion and came up with a plan for the students who came to participate in the competition. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile, The 2-Star Academy has a spiritual land. There is a huge spiritual gathering array. This spiritual gathering array is condensed with spirit stones. Its power is extraordinary. It can almost be said that this spiritual land is the holy land for cultivation in the 2-Star Academy. The spiritual chi in the bodies of the students who cultivate there will be several times faster than outside. After discussing with the deans of the 2-Star Academy, we decided that in this half a month, the participating students will be able to cultivate in the spiritual land for half a month. We will send you in tonight. You should prepare yourselves. In addition, in order to stimulate your cultivation and fighting intent, the deans of the 2-Star Academy will give each of you 10 spirit stones. During the half a month inside, you can rob other people's spirit stones, you can fight, but you're not allowed to kill. After half a month, the one who has the most spirit stones will be exempted from fighting and can directly enter the top 10 competition. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. Ouyang Xiu asked, Does this mean that the competition will be brought forward? Well, you can say that. The vice headmaster stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Only half a month's time. We have to protect the spirit stones and also rob the spirit stones. There is simply no time to cultivate. Fengjiu frowned. He felt that even if he entered such a place, he wouldn't have the time to cultivate just by guarding against others. How would he have the time to cultivate? Ha ha ha! This spiritual land is the holy land of the 2-Star Academy. Even the students of the 2-Star Academy are not allowed to enter. It is already not easy for them to let you in. They certainly will not say that they will give you a complete time to cultivate inside. After all, even if the spiritual power inside is abundant, it is still condensed by the spirit stones and the spirit stones used in the spiritual gathering array. The more people go in, the more spiritual power they will absorb. The more spirit stones and the spirit gathering array will consume. The vice head smiled and looked at them. The place with the most abundant spiritual chi in the spirit realm is the place with the spiritual chi gathering array. If you can find it and cultivate there, I believe it will be of great help to you. All right, go back to your rooms and prepare. We'll wait for you outside. As soon as his voice fell, he walked out with the 2 mentors. When Emo-chun walked out, he glanced at Fengjiu as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just followed the vice headmaster out. Nie Tong's eyes were cold as he stared at the departing figure of Emo-chun and then glanced at Fengjiu before he turned around and entered his room. Yi Jing, Zhou Xian, do you need to go back to your rooms? If you have something in your room, it would be better to take it with you. Fengjiu looked at the 2 of them and said. The 2 of them shook their heads. No, we haven't taken out our things yet. We're taking them with us. Chapter 905. The 10 people came outside. Fengjiu did not want to bring the swallowing cloud into the spiritual land, so he entrusted it to the vice headmaster to take care of it. The group of people came to the designated place where the people from the other academies had already arrived. When they saw them, especially the students from the 3-star academy, their faces were still bruised and swollen as they stared hatefully at them. Fengjiu and the others did not pay attention to them, but their eyes fell on the 10 people from the 2-star academy. There were 8 men and 2 women. All of them were wearing the same white robes with 2 stars on their robes. Seeing the 10 people, except for Fengjiu, the other people slightly frowned because the strength of these 10 people was very strong. 8 of them were Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Among the 8 Foundation Establishment Cultivators, 3 of them were Intermediate Foundation Establishment Cultivators. 1 was Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivator, and the other 2 were not Foundation Establishment Cultivators. But they were still Peak Great Spirit Master Cultivators with such strength. They were really much stronger than the people from the other academies. If the strength of the people from the other academies could compete with them, then it would be the students from the 2-star academy. When they were sizing up the 10 people were also sizing up Enchanting and the others. After seeing their cultivation, the 10 people faintly looked away, although they did not say anything, but their expressions were full of arrogance. Compared to them, on the side of the 6-star academy, except for Fengjiu, Enchanting, Ouyang Xiu, and Xiao Yihan, who were Foundation Establishment Cultivators, the rest were all Great Spirit Masters. Moreover, not all of them were Peak Great Spirit Masters. With such strength, the people from the 2-star academy really did not put them in their eyes. The dean and the vice headmaster of the 2-star academy looked at the students in front of them and smiled as they distributed the spirit stones to them. These spirit stones have a specific mark and belong to our 2-star academy's spirit stones. Even if you have some on your body, it will not be mixed together. Well, I believe that your headmasters and the vice headmasters have already explained to you, so I will not say much. You can all enter the transfer array. After entering the transfer array, even the students of the academy will not be in the same place. They will be scattered. The dean of the 2-star academy said with a smile, and let the vice headmaster open the transfer array and send them into the spiritual land. Go. Be careful. The vice president and the others looked at Fengjiu and the others. Yes, vice head. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my little beast. She looked at Tun Yun, who was standing beside the vice president. Many people had seen her bring Tun Yun along. If she were to directly put him into her space, she was afraid that it would cause trouble. Thus, she could only leave him in the care of the vice president. I know. The vice head nodded, thinking that the cloud-devouring beast was just a pet. He didn't know that it was a divine beast. The students from the other academies also gave instructions to the other academies before walking into the transmission array. There were a total of 50 students from the 5 academies, so they were divided into 3 groups. The vice headmaster and the others watched as Fengjiu's group disappeared into the transmission array before turning to leave. Little thing, let's go. You've been following me since before your master came out. As he spoke, he picked up the round swallow cloud. However, Imo Chun, who was dressed in a white robe, came forward and said to the vice president, "Leave this little pet to me." This. The vice president hesitated. Chapter 906. I've had nothing to do recently, so I'll pass the time. Saying this, he carried Tun Yun away. Seeing him leave with his pet, the vice director shook his head and revealed a helpless smile before leaving as well. At the same time, Fengjiu, who had just come out of the transfer array, felt a force pushing her back. She staggered back a few steps. When she steadied herself and looked around, she saw that it was pitch black and she was the only one here. Thus, she took a deep breath and used her divine sense to investigate. She found that there was no one else within a 500-meter radius. Seeing that the sky was pitch black, she didn't plan on resting. Just as the Vice Academy head had said, the spiritual energy here was extremely abundant. Even the sealed territory in Enchanting Academy couldn't compare to this place. Moreover, she discovered that the spiritual energy here was even richer than in her space. However, the purity of the spiritual energy here couldn't be compared to her space. The dense spiritual energy here is condensed from the spirit gathering array and spirit stones. It's different from a space. However, with spirit stones aiding in cultivation, cultivating here can also increase one's strength. Moreover, we only have half a month here, so there's no need to think about resting. I should hurry up and find the center of the spirit gathering array. She softly muttered and looked around. Due to the spiritual energy in the air, it wasn't easy to find the center of the spiritual energy. Thus, she closed her eyes and used her spiritual energy to sense it. Because she had the purest spiritual energy in her body and had a profound spiritual body, she was more sensitive to spiritual energy than the average person. Thus, using her body and spiritual energy to sense the source of the spiritual energy wasn't difficult for her. However, if it was Enchanting and the others, finding the source of the spiritual energy would be a bit more difficult. After a while, she opened her eyes and turned around, heading towards a pitch-black area. Her white figure flitted through the darkness like a ghost, coming and going without a trace in the same spirit realm. In a different place, the others also relaxed for a while after landing and began to search for the location of the spirit gathering array. In this place, the best place to cultivate was the surroundings of the spirit gathering array. Therefore, the students who came here would automatically search for this place. As long as they reached this place first, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to meet other students and snatch their resources. However, some people didn't care too much about avoiding the battles because they were confident in their own strength. They felt that even if they didn't avoid the battles, they would still be able to enter the top 10. In the darkness of the night, white figures were moving around, searching for the location of the spirit gathering formation. Compared to the others, Fengjiu already knew the approximate location and was heading in that direction. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed towards her. She dodged to the side to avoid the other party's attack. At the same time, she retreated to open up the distance between them. Above the white robes, there were 2 stars, indicating that he was a student of a 2-star academy. Consider yourself unlucky to have met me. Hand over your spirit stone pouch, the male student said in a low voice as he stared at Fengjiu with a sharp gaze. He was a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, and Fengjiu's strength was only at the foundation establishment early stage. Therefore, it seemed that she was really unlucky to have met a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. However, was she really unlucky? Chapter 907. He dared to snatch her spirit stones? Then don't blame her for snatching them back. You're the one who delivered yourself to me. Quick, hand over the bag of spirit stones. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. She narrowed her eyes as she stared at the bag on his waist. It seemed like he was very confident in his own abilities. She had kept her bag of spirit stones in her space, but this guy actually hung it on his waist. TSK, wasn't this clearly asking her to snatch it? Ha ha ha, what a joke. He raised his head and laughed as if he heard something funny. Come and snatch it if you can. The moment he said that, a white figure flashed and attacked Fengjiu. Since you said it, don't blame me for being impolite. She curled her lips and flashed out at the same time. Her target was the bag of spirit stones on his waist. The night wind blew and lifted her white robe. Her outer robe was lifted by the night wind, revealing the rainbow-glazed feather that was hidden by her outer robe. When he saw the rainbow-glazed feather on Fengjiu's waist, that student's eyes lit up. It's the rainbow-glazed feather. Bang, bang, bang. When the two of them exchanged blows, their palms collided and produced a heavy sound. The airflow and pressure surged together. Both of their movements were extremely fast. Their movements were so fast that no one could see their movements. One could only hear the swift and fierce airflow streaking across the night sky. That student was hit by Fengjiu's palm and groaned. When he retracted his palm, Fengjiu's hand flicked down and directly snatched the bag of spirit stones from his waist. Give me back my spirit stones. He ignored the pain in his body and angrily shouted as he pounced forward. Fengjiu easily dodged and smiled. Don't be too greedy. My rainbow glazed feather is not something that anyone can covet. As for your 10 spirit stones, I'll take them. That student was furious. When he saw her flash to the left, he immediately chased after her. "Give me back my spirit stones. Damn it, I won't let you off." After chasing for a short distance, the student lost sight of him. He gritted his teeth and continued to search. This was not just a matter of 10 spirit stones, but also a matter of a single breath. He was a dignified intermediate stage foundation establishment cultivator from a 2-star academy. How could he let a kid from a 6-star academy snatch away his spirit stones? If this were to spread out, how would he be able to walk in the academy in the future? However, he didn't know that after Fengjiu led him away, he turned back to the original path. Looking at the male student who was out of sight, she couldn't help but reveal a light smile. "You can slowly chase after him. I don't have time to play with you." She tossed the bag of spirit stones in her hand and opened it. Sure enough, there were 10 spirit stones inside. Thus, she directly put them into her space and continued to search for the spirit gathering formation. After about half an hour or so, she came to a place where she stopped. Because there was an array formation in front of her, she couldn't rush around randomly. She had to first see what kind of array formation it was and then go through it. Walking into the array formation, she paid attention to it. After walking around for a few laps, she walked for nearly half an hour before she came out of the 10 array formations. After passing through the last fog array formation, she arrived inside. But when she arrived inside, she couldn't help but stare. Chapter 908. What a huge sum. Such a huge amount of spirit stones. She gasped slightly. Her tone was filled with surprise and astonishment, but her eyes were filled with excitement. This place was the center of the spirit gathering array. If she cultivated here, would she be able to break through again in half a month? Thinking of this, her heart became excited. She was now at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. If she broke through again, she would enter the golden core stage. Even if her spiritual power couldn't break through, her profound strength could still advance. This place is really good. There are so many resources here, but no one said that I can't use them. Then I can use them? She muttered as she squatted down to touch the spirit stones under her feet. Then, she looked at the large expanse of spirit stones. From the center point, there should be a spirit gathering formation laid out with spirit stones within 100 meters. No wonder she had to walk for half an hour in here. Amen. I have to cultivate. It's such a waste not to cultivate in such a good place. But before that, I have to set up another array around here. She excitedly murmured and walked outside with light steps. She planned to add something to the surrounding array. This way, even if a student found this place, they could only cultivate outside the spirit gathering array and would not be able to come in and disturb her. Thus, she really did set up an array outside. After strengthening the array outside, she returned inside and sat down cross-legged in the center of the spirit gathering array. Even though it was late at night, under the flickering light of the various colors of spirit stones, the surroundings were bright. A dense aura of spiritual power pervaded from the ground and dispersed into the air. Outside the huge spirit gathering array, there was a thick fog, so thick that it blocked the view of the outside. She sat cross-legged in the middle of the spirit gathering array, but wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she took out medicine from her space. This is suitable for advancement. This has the effect of reducing the power of lightning. This can temper the body. She placed several bottles of medicine and pills in front of her, planning to use these things to advance. In this place, the dense aura of spiritual power was the best place to advance. With the spirit gathering array protecting it, she didn't have to worry about the lack of spiritual power. After making up her mind, she immediately began to cultivate. As the origin cultivation method rotated, the surrounding spirit power aura seemed to be stirred. The spirit power aura that was originally spreading outwards rotated in the air and drilled in her body bit by bit. 1 day, 2 days passed, and aside from her, no one else had come here yet. However, they had met in the forest and had also exchanged blows with each other. When they met people from different academies, both sides had made up their minds to snatch the spirit stones. There are also some people who found a remote place to sit cross-legged and cultivate when they couldn't find the center of the spirit gathering formation. He thought to himself, since I'm already here, I don't want to waste such a good opportunity to cultivate without getting any spirit stones or improving my cultivation. But on the evening of the second day, finally a student came to the outside of the spirit gathering array. This student had a 2-star badge and was a student of the 2-star Academy. After he came to the outside of the spirit gathering array, he also tried to break through the array formation to enter the central point, but the array formation inside had infinite changes and was simply not something that he could break through. Chapter 909. At night, more and more people arrived. Once they had a disagreement, they would start fighting. They would fight over spirit stones and resources. After all, even if this was the outer circle of the spirit gathering array, there were many people cultivating here. The spirit chi in this area would naturally disperse and be absorbed. Therefore, they did not want anyone to fight with them. Feng Jiu could faintly hear the fighting outside, but she did not pay attention to it. At this time, she was using the Hunyuan cultivation method to absorb the surrounding spirit chi. The spirit gathering array's spirit chi was absorbed by her body and dissolved into it. If it was someone else, their body would not be able to withstand absorbing so much spirit chi, but she was different. She separated a part of the spirit chi to nourish the azure lotus in her dantian. This was the first time so much spirit chi was nourishing the azure lotus. In addition to nourishing the azure lotus, she was also expanding the meridians in her body and gathering the spirit chi in her dantian. She planned to break through to the gold core stage with the help of pills and medicines. As long as she broke through the foundation establishment stage and entered the gold core stage, it would be a good thing for her, whether she could enter the peak stage or not. At dawn, the third day arrived. Niet Tung, Ouyang Xiao, and Xiao Yihan also found the spirit gathering array. Seeing the students sitting around cultivating, they also planned to find a place to sit and cultivate. After all, compared to avoiding battles, they were more interested in increasing their strength. Then, the three of them each found a place to sit down. The 2-star students who were cultivating closed their eyes and shouted, "Get lost!" The word scram was something the three of them had rarely heard. Among them, Nietung and Ouyang Xiao were both crown princes of 6 class countries. They were second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. Since they were young, they had been respected. Who would dare to be presumptuous towards them? As for Xiao Yihan, although he was not born in the royal family, he was also from a noble family. Usually, there were not many people who dare to talk to him like this, let alone people from the 2-star Academy. Therefore, when they heard this sentence, the 3 people's faces sank. "What did you say? Say it again." Ouyang Xiao coldly stared at the 2-star student. His hand was already on the sword at his waist. "I told you to get lost." The man stood up. He was a peak foundation establishment stage cultivator. Naturally, he did not put the 3 in his eyes. "Gee, what a joke." Xiao Yihan sneered, and in the next moment, his figure swept out and attacked him. His raised palm carried a sharp wind, and with a whoosh, it seemed to have turned into a sharp blade in an instant. "You overestimate yourself." That person snorted coldly and also went up to meet him. He struck with his sword the moment he attacked. Unlike Xiao Yihan, who was fighting with his bare hands, the sharp edge of the sword slashed and cut through Xiao Yihan's clothes at an extremely fast speed. A trace of blood faintly seeped out. Seeing this scene, Niet Tang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just as Ouyang Xiao was about to make his move, he immediately rushed forward. Both of them were peak foundation establishment stage cultivators. Both sides had paid attention to each other and had evaluated each other's strength. It could be said that the 2-star Academy regarded Nietung as a formidable opponent, and Nietung also regarded him as an opponent. As for Feng Jiu, Nietung had never thought of beating her, so he naturally did not see her as an opponent.